We want to thank you all who are physically here with us, as well as everyone who's following this session online. We are gathered here with one goal in mind: to empower the next generation of agricultural entrepreneurs with the skills, knowledge, and resources they need to build a sustainable future in agri-food sector. However, to fully harness their potential, we need to bridge the skill gap, provide practical support, and ensure their active role in building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Your Excellency, today we have the privilege of being joined by youth representatives who embody these commitments. They will share with us their experiences, they will share with us their dreams, they will share with us their vision later on when we do have the panel discussion. To now start this historic moment, we're going to just start with a group picture to capture this moment, and then we'll proceed to get the remarks from the Honorable Minister, and right after we'll dive into the panel discussion. I'd like to start by inviting our youth representatives. If you could kindly come, join me here right at the front. I would also encourage our photographers, be on standby. We're going to start with a group picture. Honorable Minister, I would also like to invite you. Honorable Minister, if you could also join us. Sakina, move this side, do you want?
Excellency Mrs. Sacco, is she here? Mrs. Jusen G. Mana, distinguished guests, young farmers, agripreneurs, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday I had the honor to open the African Youth Agribusiness Forum in the African Union headquarters here in Addis. I was deeply impressed by the young participants' spirit of innovation, by their enormous motivation to really change things for the better. I feel the very same spirit here at the side event. I'm delighted to have the chance to meet some more highly committed young people today. And people like you who are committed to promoting young people's development and their chances in agribusiness. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, today our planet is feeding more people than it ever had before. However, at the same time, there are many people who do not have enough to eat. Up to 757 million people were suffering from hunger last year. 152 million people more than 4 years before. In addition to that, over 2 billion people did not have a secure access to adequate and sufficient food. This is almost 25% of the global population. This is a figure that we can simply not accept. But agricultural policy has the power to change the situation for the better. Agricultural policy is the key to resilient and future-proof food production. We need to boost the productivity of our agricultural systems, to build a world in which nobody, anywhere, needs to go to bed hungry any longer. But we need to do this in a climate-smart, in an environmentally friendly and resource-preserving way. To reach this goal, we urgently need to make our global agriculture and food systems more sustainable from an ecological and socio-economic point of view. We need to reduce food waste and post-harvest losses. We need new, innovative and site-adapted farming methods with better technological support. Sustainable agricultural policies can provide rural populations with new perspectives. They can provide viable alternatives to prevent rural exodus, youth migration, and the brain drain linked to it. In fact, growth in the agricultural sector is at least twice as effective in reducing poverty as it is in other sectors. This means that sustainable agricultural policies are the guarantor of stability and the peacekeeper. To bring about the necessary change, we should rely on the strength of young people, of you guys, of farmers, of entrepreneurs, of agripreneurs, because you have up-to-date expertise and so many ideas on how to make life on this planet better. And you have the courage to turn these ideas into reality. You have the power to give the agricultural and food sectors in your countries the fresh new impetus they needed. You can move us all forward as societies and as economies. Rural youth are the future of food security and, what is more, of food sovereignty. However, around the world, far too few young people in rural regions see a future for themselves in agriculture or rural areas. What can we do to change the situation for better? In the following panel discussion, representatives of the rural youth and public and private sector development partners will exchange their ideas and views on this question. I'm glad to see that this panel is the perfect mixture of experts from the different branches concerned. I certainly do not want to jump in ahead of them, as they are the specialists and practitioners. But let me give you just a little food for thought from my perspective to maybe set the scene for the talks. First, we must ensure young people in rural areas have access to best possible education and training, particularly in a rapidly changing agricultural economy. Second, it is essential to break down and the role stereotypes that prevent young people, especially young women, from pursuing careers in the agricultural sector. Third, we must grant young people easier access to financial services. That means more financial products tailored to their needs, special mentoring, and startup funding programs. And fourth and final point, it is vital to promote exchange between young people to increase their bargaining power and to make their voices heard. Re-engaging youth in agriculture is one of my ministry's primary aims in developing our new policy for cooperation with African countries and regions. We have been drawing up this policy in close coordination with our African counterparts and all stakeholders involved, including young people, of course. The policy will be a new concept to reshape our instruments, to highlight the values we stand for in our engagement with African partners, to explain our ideas and the path we are encouraging people to take in order to make agriculture more sustainable, to fight the climate crisis, and to end world hunger. African ownership and providing support to help African countries achieve self-sufficiency. These are the key words. Germany is, and we will remain, at Africa's side also for the generations to come, as a reliable and trust long-term partner. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, young representatives, I firmly believe that events like this have the potential to bridge not only skills gaps, as it says in the title of this event, but also gaps of any kind whatsoever. Events like this can help us to come to a better understanding of each other. Events like this can help us appreciate the value and justification of different mindsets, perspectives, and approaches. Let us all be such bridge builders today and from now on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for setting the scene and for your unwavering support for youth empowerment in agriculture. Your commitment to sustainability and innovation resonates deeply with the values we celebrate here, each and every person celebrates here today. Now, with that, I'd like to request if you could all kindly allow our distinguished guest to bid us farewell, and then we'll dive right into the panel discussion. Your Excellency, once again, thank you for your time. Okay, we're now going to dive right into our panel discussion on Youth for Agribusiness, bridging the skills gap to enhance a sustainable agri-food system. Help me welcome our moderator for this session, who will then again invite the panelists, Ms. Sakina Usengimana, the Chief Executive Officer, AfriFoods Limited. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she comes up to the stage. We can do better than that. We have Youth Trend Makers. Okay.
Thank you, Fiona. Distinguished guests, young agri-entrepreneurs, where are you? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sakina Usengimana. First, not that one. I'm the chairperson of Wanda Youth in Agribusiness Forum. It's a membership-based organization based in Wanda. We have more than 4,000 youth across the country who are involved in agribusiness and livestock. Most importantly, I'm the managing director of AfriFood Limited, which is a leading horticulture export company in Wanda. And before I tell you what we do, I want to tell you first the story, how I started. I was in an event like this one where we are talking about hunger, issue of not using the resources we have in Africa. And then I went back home, I said, I want to do something. I started agriculture. And where I was coming from fashion. That's a very rare move. So when I started agribusiness, I was thinking maybe, access to finance is one of the big issues that we face. But in reality, I found there's even bigger issues that you can face, which is skills gap. I cultivated potatoes and berry pepper, but potatoes was a disaster. I didn't success anything. It was like zero. I didn't have knowledge. Imagine from fashion to the farm, it's something, it's a rare move that you can make. But berry pepper was successful, and then in the end, now today, I have AfriFood. We export horticulture product, specialized into chili, avocado, and passion fruit, and we export more than 300 tons annually. Thank you. So we work with more than 500 farmers across the country and 5 cooperatives. We employ 13 permanent employees and more than 230 casuals to our farm and pack house. This is a big step. But when I look my journey, it will be so much easier when the skills gap was not there, because the success maybe will be much more. So this panel is really close to me, close to my heart, as you can see, based on my history. So I want also to come back for the call to action just we submitted a few minutes ago, and bringing the key highlight of skills development. First of all, I want to highlight what we discussed. Most of the young people that are here, we are in the group discussion. We're talking from access to finance, capacity building, land access, but let's focus on skills development. On skills development, some of our submission was that private sector should take responsibility into engaging in vocation training so that they can help in development of curriculum and aligning with industry and market need. Second, we are looking at the use of digital tools in mentorship program, peer-to-peer. I have been mentored, and I'm still mentoring some of the young people, and I think mentorship is underestimated and is not very good. Lastly is access to information and knowledge. That's why we are here, and we'll be with the panelists who are going to be sharing more about what they do and how it can also help us to impact. Please help me, join me to call upon my fellow agri-entrepreneur, Mr. Hastings Ashwin, CEO of Acades, Malawi. Second, I would like to invite Ms. Didem Oskanlu, Executive Consultant, Global Education, Fisto Didax. Third, moving to the private sector, I want to invite Mr. Hela Abebe, Youth Employment and Partnership Officer, Agriculture and Rural Development, Directorate, African Union Commission. Last and not least, help me to welcome Ms. Lina Luz, CEO of Machinery Foundation. The story I was telling you is not only my story, it's the story of young African. And here also I'm here with my colleague, Mr. Hangsing. I want to start with asking you what the key challenges you faced when you're entering into agribusiness sector, and what are the skills necessary to start, grow, and scale agribusiness venture?
Hello, yeah, thank you so much. I'm very excited to join this conversation today. I'll also start by maybe sharing my story. So I grew up surrounded by farmers, including my own mother. But as a child, I never liked farming or agriculture because I grew up looking at farmers that were not inspiring to me. And I grew up looking at farmers that, were living in poverty and were struggling, and I was not interested in agriculture. Even in school, I remember even our teachers telling us that if you don't work out in school, if you fail, you become a farmer. So that's a context in which I grew up. So growing up in primary school, secondary school, agriculture was never an option. So how I found myself in agriculture was accidental. How it happened was when I was applying for university, I wanted to do engineering. So I was supposed to select 3 options. So I had the first 2 engineering options. I was struggling with the third one. And there was a lady who was facilitating the application forms and was like, let me complete the last option for you. And when the results came out, I found out that that was the option, and that option was agriculture. So I went to an agriculture university. The first year I tried to change the program because I didn't like agriculture, but it failed. When I was in third year, that's when I started understanding why the farmers I grew up looking at, agriculture was not working for them. And I started thinking that maybe when I graduate with my skills and knowledge in agriculture, I can successfully invest in agriculture. And when I was, I think, finishing 4th year, the final igniting factor was I met this successful farmer from Malawi, very rich, employing a lot of people, but didn't finish secondary school. So he's the one who challenged me, and I started thinking that if this guy who didn't even finish secondary school is this successful in farming, how about me who is graduating from an agriculture university? So it was at that point that I made a decision that I'm going to invest in farming. My mom had 6 hectares of land, so I was like, I go back to the village. And after graduating, I went back home. I started working on that land. But the challenge was my parents didn't like the idea because when I was going to university, they thought I graduate, I find an office job. So the result was they pushed me out of the family land. But fast forward, I started afresh from my own. I rented a piece of land, and I started working on the land. When I started farming, the biggest challenge I faced was I didn't have the capacity. I was producing on a small scale, so I didn't have the capacity to meet the minimum quantities that the markets I had were looking for, but I was also not able to supply consistently to the markets that I had. So I was making losses. And when I started thinking about how best can I make this business work, that's when I realized that around my farm, there were also fellow young people from the villages around that didn't have the access to the market that I have, also didn't have the skills that I had, but they were also producing like at a small scale. So that's when I thought, what if I organize like a community of farmers that maybe collectively we can be aggregating together and be able to supply consistently. So the model was around, I produce, I supply this month, then 3 more farmers, you know, supply, yeah, and I organized 30 farmers, and when I started working with this group of 30 farmers, that's when I started learning more about the business model. And fast forward, I have built, like, I've organized at the moment over 11,000 farmers in Malawi that collectively, our company is aggregating or producing on over 5,000 hectares from collectively the 11,000 farmers. We are processing and supplying and distributing our products to retailers as well as processing companies in Malawi. At a certain point, we realized that with our contract farming model with the farmers, access to finance was a challenge for the farmers that were producing for us. And we decided to set up a revolving loan fund that has grown into what I would call the only exclusively agriculture microfinance in Malawi. And we have a big vision. We want to grow this microfinance into the only agriculture bank in Malawi. That's the vision that we have. Yeah, so in terms of maybe the question that she asked, what are the skills gap that I look throughout my journey? I would look at my journey in 3 phases. So the first phase is self-discovery phase. The second is establishment phase. And the third is growth phase. And I would talk about maybe the first phase. So the first phase, what I had was a passion and the bigger picture that, you know, I can become a successful farmer. But in terms of the how, I didn't have. I went to an agriculture university, but what I studied was the science part of agriculture in terms of how the plants, you know, take soil from the water, water from the soil, you know, that type of knowledge. But when I started farming, it was actually the business side of agriculture. Business registration, compliance, taxes. This is the technical skill that I needed at that point. And for me, what helped was I had access to mentors that had walked through the journey and helped me in terms of understanding some of these key capacity gaps. During establishment phase, when I discovered in terms of this is the business model that we are focusing on, the skills gap that I saw was now systems, because now to manage and grow a business, you need to have like systems in place. So you need to have like systems in terms of tracking and managing finances, systems in terms of tracking and managing, you know, people that are working for the business and supporting the business. And what helped me in terms of understanding and learning these systems was I participated in quite a number of incubation programs, acceleration programs, capacity building like programs. So I can't count like how many, you know, programs that I attended, but from each program, I was able to learn 1 or 2 things in terms of the systems that a business that is getting established and is growing require. So Others, it would be leadership. Others, people management. Others, financial management system. But collectively, these are the programs that, shaped me, because I started business without any business experience. It was just straight from university without working for any company. But now I've grown to that perspective. Then, in terms of at the growth stage, which is the stage at which we are now, in terms of expansion, and we're expanding, across the country. We also just moved into the Zambian market last year. So at this point, the skills are different. You talk about pitching, but talking to investors, communication, and those are also like critical skills that are required. So that's how I would summarize in terms of the skills need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we all experience this kind of stage as agri-entrepreneurs, and really we highly recommend what you are doing. Going to Festo, Ms. Diden, what technology are essential for creating a more sustainable agri-food system?
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me also use the opportunity to thank the organizers and for organizers to invite Festo Didactic to this panel. It's my pleasure to be here. Well, thank you also for the question. I think for creating a more sustainable agri-food system, we need a combination of technologies and skills. So if we talk about the technologies, of course, there are very speedy developments. I would start with precise farming as an example. Nowadays, farmers are using drones, right? Then I would continue with automation technologies, and then digitalization, water management for optimizing water use, renewable energies for pre-securing the environment, and biotechnologies for more resistance to diseases. So those would be the technologies I would mention. But from my point of view, even if you have the best technologies available, if you do not have the right people having enough knowledge and skills for using those technologies, you will still not get there where you want to get. For that, actually, you need to have skilled people. When I talk about skills, I'm not only talking about technical skills, I'm also talking about soft skills. Why? People working in agro sector, not only, but also need to have proper planning skills. They need to have ideas about different financial management systems. They have to have great communication skills. If you just think of a fish swimming in the sea and then at the end being in a can at your dinner table, there's so many stakeholders in the process of production, right? And so if you have the qualifications to communicate with all different stakeholders in the efficient way, then this is, of course, very important. So I said technology, combination of technologies and skills are very important, but not only technical skills, but also soft skills. Well, I was recently invited to the Chamber of Commerce in Stuttgart. There was an Africa group, several different German companies were there. And our topic was actually if the skills in the technical fields in Africa are good enough for German companies to invest in Africa. That was a very interesting discussion, and it was like there were several companies which said, yes, actually we are interested in producing in Africa, but we have our concerns concerning finding the right qualified people over there. Yes, so this is an important, very important issue. Sometimes you can get the machines, the technical machines from wherever in the world, from Europe or somewhere else, but at the end you need to have your local people being able to cope with those technologies. We have been hearing in the morning that, of course, agro-industry is a very vital industry. It is a great contributor to the GDP of Africa. And in comparison to the entire world, the contribution of the agro sector when it comes to GDP is much higher. And there are, of course, on one hand, challenges. On the other hand, there are also some threats if we don't tackle them. So basically, 60% of the population is below the age of 25 in Africa. So this is a great opportunity, a chance. And our idea as the company Festo is to support the African continent for qualifying these people for the agro industry, because we have the curriculum programs developed, we have hands-on training laboratories, we have digital learning platforms for agro industry and for many other industries as well, for automation technologies. So all is available. However, we need to join our forces as private industrial companies, as NGOs and as governments to be able to make it happen. So we are there for the journey to support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Abebe, today we had a call to action as young people, and it's very clear our need and also our contribution. I want to ask you, what is African Union Commission is doing in regarding to skills development for young people?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hope it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. All right, what is the African Union doing? Yes, my fellow panelists mentioned that youth constitute 60% of African population, and it's been said almost several times this morning also by our principals. And we have to really re-emphasize that none of our development aspirations actually, including Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, even the conference here, ending hunger, World Without Hunger can be achieved without meaningfully engaging this dynamic continental force, our youth. I hear also this brings challenge, but let's focus on the opportunities that the young people bring. As the African Union Commission, we have recognized that asset, that opportunity way long ago. And as you are aware, Agenda 2063, which has 7 aspirations. Aspiration 6 calls for a continental development which is driven by its people, particularly by its youth and women. It's a continental development agenda which we aspire to take Africa to over the coming 50 years. So we place really high importance on the role that African young people play. When it comes to agriculture or agri-food systems, let me bring it down to our department because I work in that department. It's still the same. We recognize the agri-food systems, the agribusiness sector there is a massive employment and entrepreneurship opportunity in that sector. The CADAP Malabo Declaration, which will end next year, critically, specifically says we have to create at least 30% of opportunities for use in the agri-business sector. What does it mean? We have done the assessment in 2023, the fourth BR, and how our countries doing in that commitment, where our countries are. And guess what? What we have, only 11 countries out of 55 member states are on track to achieve that commitment, even though only 34 countries reported. So it's really, really important that we have to galvanize our efforts going forward also. And one of the critical components in this regard is building skills, building the capacity of use, among other issues. And under Malabo, the post-Malabo declaration, which we will endorse in January, the young people, we have 6 commitments, 6 critical commitments, and youth and women are a standalone commitment. Commitment number 4. To create, since it's not endorsed yet by our heads of state, I cannot announce it here in terms of the percentage, but they have taken a central stage in that, in the post-Malabo process also. So, actually, we had the among the 13 technical working groups in which we used to develop the post-Malabo CADAP agenda. Technical working group 9 was for youth and women. And we have consulted our youth because we believe that nothing for youth without youth. Unless they like the sector, unless we make the sector attractive enough for young people, that's not the sector that we should take young people to. We have to make the sector productive, attractive to young people, not by saying, but by investing more into the sector, by building the skills and the capacity of young people. So in our assessment, what we found out actually was we have been counting opportunities created for youth. But what are the factors led to that opportunities? It's not there. What kind of opportunities are we creating? Is those opportunities or job opportunities, are they really, I don't know how to say it, a wealth creating opportunities for youth? We have strategy, but we count all of you in terms of achieving this in your support. But the massive responsibility comes from you, young people. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, thank you. Innovation, skills transferring. I want to go to Miss Loon, Miss Lena. How is Machinelinks support the farmers in Africa in regards to mechanization and knowledge transferring? Because the farmers are key, really backbone to agriculture, and really they will contribute so much into agri-food system. Please tell us more what you are doing in Africa in terms of mechanization and knowledge transferring.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Farming, hi. Farming is the most important profession in the world. And we are talking about ending hunger in the world, and only farmers can feed the world. So what are we as a Maschinenring or Machinery Rings? We are a self-help organization funded by farmers for farmers. And our main idea since 66 years is that all farmers can participate in the technical progress. And for many farmers in Africa, mechanization and the technical progress means using hand tools. So we are a self-help organization, and MR or Machinery Rings helps to make the shift from hand tools to animal powered tools to more modern technology, affordable and accessible through shared use of machinery. We are like the oldest sharing economy in agriculture. I don't know. So how do we support farmers? Once we did capacity building, we developed an organization by farmers for farmers and explain our local colleagues how a machinery ring works, how is the main idea of machinery ring. The second topic is we are developing locally tailored mechanization solution, how we can support the farmers with technical solutions. The third topic is we are developing business models among the whole value chain that the farmer can get more income and get additional income. And the fourth topic is that we are not only sharing machines, we are also sharing knowledge. And we are a worldwide organization and can, yeah, explain how agriculture works in other countries and learn from each other.
Thank you so much. As they were speaking, there's something which came to my mind, and it's something that all entrepreneurs were looking for, especially when it comes to skills transferring, mentorship, and peer-to-peer learning. This is very accessible to young people, and sometimes it's very challenging for us to be able to access that in different areas. There's certain program that Mr. Hastings said, where we find there's incubation, there's acceleration, but sometimes it's limited to urban area and doesn't reach to the rural. And this is something that we need to work on and even share some experience. Within our community in Rwanda, we have peer-to-peer learning and mentorship where we are supported by FAO, and I want to thank them, they're here, and also where even goes beyond for other program, like they can even mentor people who mentor as others. I'm part of FAO women-led SMEs African Acceleration, and this is an opportunity for young women who are here also to look for all those opportunities. Sometimes there's opportunities, but we are not able to accelerate access those information. Before we open the floor, I want to go back to agri-entrepreneur. Tell me, how do you do it in Malawi? How do you increase the capacity of your farmers so that in few minutes we are going to open the floor? Please prepare your question or contribution. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so because for us, we are doing contract farming with our community of farmers. And there are a couple of things that are critical for us. One is the quality. The second is the quantity that are coming because we have contracts to meet and the volumes to meet. So our capacity development is one of the key elements that we provide to our contract growers. So before we had field officers that would go in the community and train the farmers on, for example, agronomic practices. And as the portfolio of our farmers started growing, the cost of providing that training went up. And later on, we changed our model. Instead of employing community volunteers, what we're doing is because we organize our farmers in groups, so we identify lead farmers within the groups. These are like young people that at least they have gone to school and can understand concepts. So these are the ones that we capacitate so that they are the ones that provide the actual trainings to the farmers, and we incentivize the lead farmers with like mobile gadgets so that like phones and also with mobility so that they are able to fully service our farmers like throughout the year. So that's how we are capacitating our farmers. That's the model we're using. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the best practice as we bridge skills gap to enhance sustainable agri-food system. The floor now is open. Is there anyone who have question, contribution, suggestion? Please state your name and what you do. Okay, house 3. Let me start there, and then you follow and follow. And also gender balance, please. Gender balance. Okay. And make sure to be straightforward. And if there's anyone specifically in the panel you're asking a question, kindly mention it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samuel. I'm the head customer development in Maisha Pay. We are a digital microfinance institution for smallholder farmers in Uganda, and we are doing the bankable farmers, smallholder farmers that are unserved. So we are leveraging on the technology that's available. We have our cards that we give to each smallholder farmer in Uganda, and the finances are earmarked specifically for buying agricultural produce to increase production. So we'd like to leverage our technologies, the different African countries. So if there is anyone, please, we are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are young agri entrepreneurs. Any questions, suggestions? Second.
African youth, oye.
Oye.
German youth, oye. Nkiru Castello Okonkwo is my name. I run an NGO called Fresh and Young Brains Development Initiative based in Abuja, Nigeria. While they were talking, I was just reflecting on the theme for this session, bridging gaps, skills gaps. And I really like what I'm seeing, looking at two different continents coming together. I think also what we need to think of is intergenerational discussions happening. We need to encourage that. And for us to talk about agri-food systems, we need to begin to harvest the indigenous knowledge that we have. And then look at the eco-smart, gender-friendly technology that is also very youth-friendly that the young people need to do. So beyond the 12-point agenda that the youth set yesterday in the call to action, let me recommend that we find a way, if it's possible, AHA, maybe that's something you could work on with the team in AUC. Let's have a handbook that has some of these innovative practices from Africa, from Europe, specifically Germany, on agri food systems, what has happened, what were the experiences like he shared that people can also learn from. Where are the hotlines? For instance, a young person that needs access to seeds and is having problem with it. What hotline can that young person use to reach out? Who is there? So that advisory service. And there was something that came out strong, I think, in the groups that I worked in yesterday with them, that we need to find a way to build the capacity of the young agripreneurs as champion farmers when it comes to agri extension service delivery. So that because they have had that experience, they can now be further enhanced for them to begin to trickle down what they have learned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. This is a great suggestion.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm actually from the USA. I'm not from Africa. So I've been here 3 days and I've been learning about agriculture and understand. I come from the tech industry. I worked at NASA, I worked at Facebook. I built
Your
training
name,
programs.
please? Your name?
My name's
please?
Ron Tate.
Okay,
I
thank you.
worked at NASA, Facebook. I worked at several different tech companies, creating and developing trainings for vocational education, dealing in technology. And as I'm listening as a part of these forums, I'm trying to understand how the technology isn't here yet, right? From augmented reality, virtual reality, dealing with LMS systems, video trainings. right? Because people don't read, or there's a language issue that seems to be continual as we offer more tech, they run from it because they're scared of it, right? So as a person who has done this I'm actually from California, Silicon Valley, so worked in all these different companies, and one of the biggest things that technology that I'm learning here is we need to create it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So as I listen to people and I'm understanding from, I think the gentleman over there that does the youth employment. So from a vocational education perspective, we have to hold their hand through the process, because giving them the information and they're not used to it, even the trainer model, all these things that we offer, we have to actually either build an LMS system that is focused on micro learnings without all these big giant words and stuff, to simplification, so ease of use, um, train, apply, right? Train, apply, something that's sustainable, something that can grow. Because if we don't offer something that's scalable in terms of the learning, there's part of the problem that I've been running into is literacy, right? People don't read. We're in different countries. They don't understand the language. We give them a handbook. We give them something and they don't understand. They nod playfully, but they don't really understand. So but what changes that is videos. Because videos in any kind of a system can be translated automatically into another language. And all they have to do is follow the instructions. So I'm just glad that I'm here because I'm learning. And when I leave here, I plan on coming back to see how I can help with my skill set in developing trainings and technology.
Thank you. We are going to take only 3 questions or suggestion, and then we have the comment from the panelists.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Daniel. I work at the African Union Commission, at the cabinet of the chairperson, specifically as a policy advocacy coordinator, working with the special envoy on youth. And it's really a pleasure to be here to listen to the great work that the young people are doing here on the continent. Great work, my brother from Malawi, um, 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 creating jobs and democratizing opportunities for young people. Now, um, as you were sharing your very, very important thoughts and action, something really dawned on me, and I thought to share it as well. Now, as many of you know, Africa has 65% of the world's arable lands. That's potential. We have a $1 trillion agro economy. Potential, that's potential. Now, currently we have a $468.2 billion coffee economy. That's potential. Africa only earns $3.6 billion out of $468.2 billion. So now you see that there's a lot of potential, but the progress to achieving that potential is not there. And I actually arrived this morning from Algeria, where we had the Pan-African Youth Forum, which is one of our statutory meetings, the African Union. We had over 3,000 young people from across the continent. And one of the key contributions that came out of that meeting was that we are seeing a lot of academic education amongst young people, which my brother from Malawi highlighted, sorry, but we are not seeing a lot of industrial education amongst young people across the continent. So I think it's something that we really need to invest in, because currently there are only 2 categories of young people. The first category of young people are those who express their potential. And the second category of people are, for example, people like my brother seated there and everyone else here who express the fruits of their potential, which means that, for example, if they are able to use a cutlass, their usage of the cutlass earns revenue at the end of the day. So we need to change our models and ensure that everything is interconnected. Now we look at the new dimension of the agroeconomy, where we see that it's powered by energy. You need electricity to power the agroeconomy. But unfortunately, currently in Africa, we have many countries that are very, very low on the electricity access scale. Niger, as an example, where they have only less than 30% national coverage of electricity in their country. How do you expect to do that? So in conclusion, we really need to ensure that where the gaps are, we create pathways. From the policy side at the African Union, Mr. Bebe has highlighted it, but also as private sector, as multilateral stakeholders, as partners and member states, let's please invest in some of these other interlinkages. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a great intervention.
Me. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Masuko from South Africa. Shout out South Africa. My question is around inclusivity or inclusion, especially for differently abled people. Within the trainings, I think this question can go to all the panelists. Within your trainings and the initiatives that you have, how are you including people that are differently abled? I know that our brother from the United States mentioned augmented reality. I know in the Netherlands they use a lot of that, especially when they're trying to employ differently abled people. So, what are we doing in the agri space to now include differently abled people that could be physically, visually impaired, and any other differently
Thank you
abled
so
people?
much.
Thank you.
He was the he's the one.
He has a mic.
Oh, okay.
I'll be very quick.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Jacob from Germany. I'm a farmer and also working in tech. One very specific question, maybe to the whole round. We're talking about bridging skills and gaps or the gap. What's the major restraint? Is it finance? Is it know-how? Is it like maybe we can take something away as an idea when we go back to Europe, to Germany, how we might be able to contribute with something actionable, not just ideas. So that would be interesting to look into. Thanks.
That's a great question. One in okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Muktish and I am from Mauritius. I am an expert in sustainable farming, particularly horticulture, aquaponics, aeroponics, vertical farming, indoor farming. I've heard you guys mention sustainable farming in ending hunger. So my mission is to enhance food security using sustainable farming. And my question to you is there a way to bring high-tech sustainable farming to end hunger because it's more costly?
Thank you. Okay, so we have to close.
From my point of view, we need to get our experiences together and we need to cooperate more to create synergies. We talked about innovation, we talked about required qualifications, we talked about gaps, yeah? But how do we close those gaps? In which countries innovations are more ahead? I think we go back to the importance of education. So education institutions need to communicate with industrial companies because at the end, if you talk about qualifications required for industrial production, then those industrial company the people who are working for those industrial companies, they know the troubles, they know what type of qualifications they need. And all that need to be actually understood and adapted into the curriculum programs of the countries. This is a very important question and a very important topic. And before I conclude, I just remember one question concerning whether companies would have any solutions also for disabled people or for handicapped people. Yes, Festo Didactic does. We have also online digital platforms for teaching automation technologies. So we have solutions around that, which we can discuss later. And I would like to refer also to one other question, and that was related to whether automation technologies will actually be good for the people, if I understood it correctly, right? Yes, I will refer to the speech of General Director from UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, from this morning. He said the key as a solution to stop hunger is the industrialization in food processing. That was his sentence, and I fully agree with that. However, automation technologies will definitely replace some people, but other people will be required who need more of qualifications, different qualifications. So at the end, automation technologies are not going to replace people, because at the end, people will be using those high-tech technologies, but those people need to be trained accordingly. That
Thank
would
you
be
so
my
much.
reply. Thank you.
Miss Liz?
Yes, I think the most important thing is to ask the people, what do they need? How we can help them and how we can make their lives easier and how they can work easier in agriculture. And when we started to develop the first machinery rings in Senegal in 2018, we asked the farmer how we can support you to make the shift from hand hoes to the next technology evolution steps. And they know what they need. And what we are doing as a self-help organization is that we are developing the right business models, that the concept of machinery rings functions independently, and the farmers has a future in agriculture. And I think this is the most important thing, that you ask the farmers and give them solutions to their problems. And this is sometimes very easy. If you use the hand hoe, animal-driven plow is the next step, but your work is easier. And if you have no access to knowledge, sometimes every farmer has access to internet and smartphone, and we are using in the machinery rings a e-learning platform to share knowledge about technology, about economic topics, about good agricultural practice, and we have the whole possibilities in technology, but it should fit to the needs of the farmers.
Thank you. Hastings?
Yeah. So for me, I think one key thing in terms of capacity development is inclusivity. I explained my story. It's because I met this guy who was my role model. And Sakina talked about attending a conference. But when you look at the numbers, there are millions of young people that don't have access to these opportunities. I talked about having attended incubation and leadership development programs, some of which are like programs outside Malawi. And there are a lot of young people that don't have this exposure, access to these role models and mentorship. So when I look at it is, in terms of capacity building, the first is, how do we reach young people where they are in an inclusive manner in terms of mentorship, exposure, and capacity building? How do we make sure that a farmer that is 300 kilometers away from the capital city of Malawi can have, and is not connected maybe to internet, can have access to the skills and the knowledge required. The other part is I want to agree with my friend there. For me, I've seen a mismatch between the education and the skills. I feel like the skills and the knowledge we're getting from schools, universities is not matching with what is required on the market. I learned the science part of, agriculture, but when I started business, it was like, how do I deal with, the tax authorities, business compliance? Those are not the skills that and the knowledge that I got from university. I had to learn on my own. So there's need to review in terms of the curriculum, either universities as well as designed, tailor-made technical and vocational education program that are related to in line with the current market. And the market is also evolving, changing so fast. It means also the skills and the knowledge has to also to be in line with the current trend and existing a scenario. So that's how I would sum up my last thoughts on the skills. Thank you.
So we need more successful stories, more role models, so that even we can be inclusive, we reach to the even people who are in the rural area and also urban area. Thank you, Mr. Bebe.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I think it's been said, all has been said about skills, but I want to reemphasize at least 3 points here. The first point is that it's a call for on youth themselves to be more proactive, demand more. The majority of youth are not here actually. We really place high expectation on youth who are here. The majority of youth are in the rural areas. For you to go back, educate, perhaps inform them. What are the commitments at the continental level? What are the commitments at the regional level? What's happening? Keep them updated. And keep our principals, our heads of states and governments accountable on the promises that they make in the African Union. We'll create 30% of opportunities for youth. Then you have the question that comes in building your capacities and keep the young people, your brothers and sisters in the rural area informed. Daniel is here. Last year we launched the 300 million initiatives for African youth. It's the chairperson who launched it. Create 300 million opportunities in 5 areas: education, entrepreneurship, engagement, health, and well-being. Decent opportunities. So we really count on you contribute to this change lemon to eliminate. Look around. There are opportunities, so many opportunities. Do not wait for somebody coming and change everything. Adopt an integrated approach. This is really critical. Skills development is one aspect. Unless we back it with resources, access to resources, finance, market, capital, it's not going to work. We had a program with FAO, opportunities for youth, and we have tested so many approaches. And the last approach that we have used is to integrate skills development to access to productive resources, access to small grant. We call it small grant, access to finance for them to start or grow, scale up their businesses. So, plus, we have to also build the institutional capacity of the institutions that facilitate or create an enabling environment for the youth to get into the sector. The capacity should be built. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education. Unless we work in an integrated approach, only one ministry cannot solve this problem, and that's when the development partners will also come in. And let's turn those opportunities. 1 trillion business by 2030. We have to triple our food production by 2050. We cannot afford to import that while we have the manpower, while we have the arable land which is required to produce that amount of food or whatever. Also, we have the AfCFTA coming up, the African Continental Agreement, which will bring massive opportunities in agri-food systems. So let's tap into those opportunities. Let's work together, and we will see really some good changes, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists. We are coming to an end of this session, but this is not just the end, it's the beginning of bringing the solution innovative one, intervention, being inclusive, and reaching even more youth who are not present today. We find a solution that's very inclusive as we bridge the skills gap to enhance sustainable agri-food system. Thank you so much for being a great audience and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, moderators and everyone. MC.
They deserve a better hand clap, guys. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. And if you are in the agri-food sector, before we leave, I want you to stand up. I want you to feel celebrated. I want you to feel appreciated. I want you guys to feel like a superstar before you leave. Stand up. Let's give you all a huge, huge round of applause. Keep pushing barriers. Keep pushing barriers. We see you. We see you. We appreciate you. And thank you for your resilience and thank you for persevering through. That brings us to the end of this session. Thank you all. Bon appetit. We're now going to break for lunch and we have more sessions right after lunch. Do check on the website and the program to get to know where the session you're interested in will be happening from. Thank you all.
afternoon, everyone. May I ask you to take your seat, please? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gabor Molnar. I'm an Industrial Development Officer at UNIDO, and my role is very small. In this case, I would like to introduce you our today's moderator, Professor Samuel Godfra. Among many duties, Professor Godfra is the president of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, and he's also the president of the International Union for Food Science and Technology. With this, I would like to ask Professor Godfra to come to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabor, and good afternoon to you all. It's a true privilege to be here and to contribute to this World Without Hunger conference. And again, my congratulations to both the organizers from the UN family, so the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, FAO, and also to the government of Ethiopia and all the governments who contributed to making this conference a reality. I'm privileged as well to contribute to the discussions that we will be having today. And again, regulatory cooperation, the work towards convergence of food decisions are key elements that contribute to the availability of food and therefore to food security. We know also that the continent has agreed under the leadership of the African Union Commission to the development and implementation of probably one of the largest free trade agreements ever developed between nations, and that's the African Continental Free Trade Area. And that's what we will be discussing today, how these initiatives, and particularly the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, can be contributors, engines for the availability of food, for enhancing the production systems in Africa of food and agri-food products, and therefore contributing to security and alleviating some of the impediments that we face, such as food loss and food waste. To help us have this discussion, I'm also privileged to have a number of speakers and contributors representing both the institutions at the African continent at large, so essentially the African Union Commission and its organs, but also regulators from the region. I will be inviting our contributors in the order that they will be contributing here. So I'm pleased to have with us Dr. Diana Akulo, Principal SPS Officer in the Directorate of Trade in Goods and Competition, and in fact part of the Secretariat for the African Continental Free Trade Area. Diana, please join us. So Dr. Diana Akulo. Dr. Amari Ayeliu, who is the manager of the Partnership for Aflatoxin Control in Africa and the lead for food safety initiatives at the African Union Commission. Dr. Amari, please join us. And to represent the views of two regulators of leading nations in the production of food and also the import-export of food commodities, I have the privilege to introduce Dr. Tarek Al-Houbi, co-chairman of the African Food Regulatory Authorities Forum and chairman of the Egyptian Food Safety Authority. And last but not least, from our host country, Dr. Meseret Bekele, the Director General for the Ethiopian Standards Institute. So I'm truly privileged to have the contribution of these speakers and these experts as well. And in fact, what we will attempt to do really to lead the discussion is first of all to take stock of what is happening in the continent in terms of food regulatory cooperation in the context of building the SPS cooperation framework and the integration of food regulatory systems, both at the continental level but also at the sub-regional level. We will also try to discuss some of the challenges that face these efforts of integration and regulatory cooperation. And as always, we try to turn these challenges into opportunities. And we're going to be looking at what are the levers, what are the enablers, and what are the indicators of success that we could aim for collectively, particularly trying to look at how innovation, technology, for example, could contribute to supporting the efforts of food regulatory cooperation, more dialogue, more capacity building, more exchange of competencies amongst the regulators in the African continent. So this is our ambitious agenda. We're going to try to tackle that within about 1 hour of discussion. I would also welcome the contribution of our participants here. So thank you for being here. We'll at some point open also the floor for discussion, for also getting your insights, your questions, but also your comments and your contributions, aiming again to support the integration of food regulatory systems and again the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area as far as food and agri-food products are concerned. So to start us off, I think it's really a privilege to have with us a representative working at the heart of the action. So within the Secretariat for the African Continental Free Trade Area, and Dr. Diana Akulo, being a contributor to several projects at the continental level, asking you basically to give us a portrait or to qualify the current status of the SPS cooperation in the continent. You can share with us the mechanisms that are currently in place and how you see these mechanisms contributing to the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Thank you so much, Godfrey. Good afternoon, our guests this afternoon, and good afternoon, fellow panelists. Have already been introduced, and perhaps before I get into the question, I would like to recall that several speakers talked about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement or implementation during the plenary sessions we had this morning. So I think given the diversity of participants we have, I just take 1 minute to really just give you a snapshot of what this AFCFTA agreement is about. Now, the AFCFTA was endorsed as one of the Agenda 2063 programs, the African Union Agenda 2063 projects. Broadly, Agenda 2063 just talks about the Africa we want in the next 50 years. So intra-Africa trade was identified as one of them. And what motivated our African leaders to sign this monumental, what we call a landmark agreement, was the fact that we have very many, our population in Africa is huge, and a lot of our youth were unemployed. But if you looked at how we were doing business, we were importing a lot of commodities from outside of the African continent. Now, when you import commodities from outside of your continent or from whatever destination you do, it means you are exporting your jobs away. So it was basically designed to ensure that we have jobs within the continent. Of course, industrialization will be key in the AFCFTA implementation. As we speak, 48 African countries have already ratified the AFCFTA agreement. The agreement was negotiated in 2 phases. The first phase focused on trade in goods, trade in services, dispute settlement. The second phase was on other instruments like investment, intellectual property. They talked about competition as well. When it comes to the implementation of SPS, we have the protocol on trade in goods. And the protocol on trade in goods has 9 annexes. One of these annexes is specifically dedicated to handling issues of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Now, under that same annex, there are several articles. And what we have now learned as key, of course, we are talking about regulatory environment. When it comes to trade, it's the private sector that trades. The government, the public sector, the regulators are there to put in the right policy environment within which the private sector should thrive. So that annex is there, is supporting our work. Even we've developed a whole work program around this annex. And it's coming out clearly that food safety is key. And without a doubt, food safety has always been a problem, or SPS measures a key problem. Not that SPS measures are bad, but they help governments to ensure that what is coming in is actually of the right quality and will not impact on the health or and all other aspects of whatever is within its situation. If you want me to come back, I'll come back, but let me leave it. He has told me to continue, but
If you wish.
the one thing that also I do not need to forget is that you will have also heard that there are problems, non-tariff barriers. We now have to help us operationalize. Again, there is a lack of information. There's a lot of progress that has been made in implementation of AFCFTA. We have, for example, developed AFCF operational tools, one of which, or 2 of which are: 1, the NTB on non-tariff barrier online mechanism. This is a platform where traders or anybody can go and report a non-tariff barrier that they have encountered in the process of trading. Then we at the Secretariat the information comes directly to us. Then we have to follow it up and help to resolve these challenges as quickly as possible. The second other tool that I want to speak about is the guided trade initiative that was launched in 2022, essentially to really help us test the efficacy or the effectiveness of the AFCFTA operational tool. And we learned a lot of things in the line of SPS. One of the things that is coming out clearly is the issue of testing, issues of mutual recognitions. So let me pause here, and if there are other
Definitely.
issues, I'll come back
We'll
to
be
them.
we'll be
Thank you very
definitely
much.
coming back to some of these details. And I think actually what I take really from your intervention is really the encouraging message that the structures of the continental free trade area, the structures are in place, and in fact they are practically ready to welcome whatever substructures or whatever instruments that we may require or that we may further develop, update, in order to address aspects related to food and agri-food products. And again, the SPS agenda that is already set is also an instrument that hopefully will help that. Really continuing now the discussions about these instruments and zeroing in on food and agri-food products, I'm going to turn to Dr. Amari Ayaliu. And Amari, you have been a proponent of a number of African or Pan-African initiatives related to food safety. Again, some of the milestones that could contribute to the operationalization of the free trade area is the adoption not only of the African food safety strategy, but also the discussion and the agreement on the creation of the African Food Safety Agency. Again, aiming to support the coordination of food safety initiatives in Africa. So again, as part of really taking stock and having an idea about the current portrait of the situation in Africa, if you can give us an update on the status of progress of at least these two initiatives that are currently underway.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Sam. So first of all, let me start by saying this. Food safety in Africa is receiving actually quite a bit of attention in recent years. It hasn't been always like that. When I joined the African Union about 11 years ago, if you go to nutrition conferences, people used to talk about the nutrition community, the food safety community, the amount of silo that used to exist, and the competitive, unhealthy competition that used to prevail was actually a lot. That's not the case now. Last week, we're celebrating the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security in Zimbabwe, Harare, and you will be surprised by the amount of convergence that we have right now on the importance of working together and the importance of food safety to achieve nutrition outcomes. So also this event is also a testament to that. So I think this is very important to underline. However, as Sam said, these things have to be sustained. And one of the things that we have been doing at the African Union, two things actually, we have been doing at the African Union Commission is, first of all, to come up with a continental food safety strategy, which has been endorsed by our policy organs up to the level of the African Union Summit in 2022. And after that, some to take stock of what has been happening after the endorsement of the food safety strategy for Africa. We have been trying to work with stakeholders. By the way, African Union works with its member states and the stakeholders in a very consultative and inclusive manner. That is actually the hallmark of everything that the African Union does. So we have tried through such a process to come up with implementation roadmap for the strategy. And in addition, more concretely, we have tried to support our member states to domesticate the strategy and come up with the national food safety master plans so that food safety is mainstreamed at the national level. So 18 countries have been supported through that process, working with, of course, partners such as FAO, to an extent also WHO. So countries have done their food control assessment and then have developed a national food safety action plan. We call it in some countries food safety master plan. And we are working with them to integrate these plans in longer term national development strategies so that this doesn't become a passing cloud. Moving on to the Africa Food Safety Agency, the Food Safety Agency is probably one of the initiatives at the AU which will have a lasting impact in terms of coordination and mainstreaming food safety in the Union, in the African Union. So at African Union, we have institutions that deal with plant health. We have, for example, what we call Inter-Africa Phytosanitary Council, which is based in Yaoundé, Cameroon. And we have the Inter-Africa Bureau for Animal Resources, which is based in Nairobi, that addresses animal health issues. But food safety seems to be orphaned at the African Union. And this initiative to establish a food safety agency is actually an important step. So this agency has been approved by the AU Assembly in 2020. The establishment of the agency has already been approved in the AU structure. So what we have been working on is the steps that are required to operationalize it. So for that, again, as I said, through a consultative process, we have tried to clarify the roles, the functions, the mandates, and so on of this agency. And then we have worked also on the draft statute, which is a legal document to establish the agency. So 2 weeks ago, at actually October 25, the AU Ministerial Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment has endorsed the statute to establish the agency. So we are getting closer to operationalize the agency. After that, we'll have 2 more steps, and then we'll work on selection of host country and practical steps to establish the agency. But also, we are not waiting for this agency to take off. In the meantime, we are working on evidence generation, creating evidence to inform policies and actions in the continent in the area of food safety. So there is a lot of work happening on that, including the development of Africa Food Safety Index, which is probably a pioneer globally, and that is embedded in a continental monitoring and evaluation mechanism, and all 55 countries are submitting data on that. But the Food Safety Index has a narrow scope, and we are working on a broader Africa Food Safety Data Hub, which will support risk assessment and risk-based food safety management in the continent. So there are a lot of things that are happening in terms of also capacity building in member states working with different partners. But let me stop here. Maybe on platforms, we can come back later.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amari. And again, really great to see that the food safety strategy actually is not only a continental initiative, but really seeing it being translated at the national level, and seeing also the third leg of SPS now being given the level of attention and hopefully the creation of the instrument that would allow the cooperation in the form of the African Food Safety Agency and its operationalization. And in fact, now we're going to be taking now the discussions from the regulators' standpoint and from the member states' standpoint. And I'm turning now to Dr. Tarek El-Houbi. Dr. Tarek El-Houbi is the chairman of one of the leading authorities in Africa, the Egyptian Food Safety Authority, but also has been at the leadership role with the collaboration of the African Union Commission in the creation of a forum meant to foster collaboration amongst African food regulators, a forum now known as the African Food Regulatory Authorities Forum, or AFRAF. And asking you, Dr. Tarek, if you can share with us the impetus, the reasons, or the drivers behind the creation of this forum, gathering regulators in the continent, but also how you see this structure further contributing to achieving the SPS integration in the continent, knowing that that's a contributor for building the operationalization of the free trade area.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon for all. How many minutes?
Right now, we're not constrained. So when we are not constrained, I basically give you the leeway. No problem.
Okay, sure. From me as a head of one of the food safety authority in Africa, and for Egypt as a key player in promoting the food and agri-food in regional level, it was a dream for us to have such African food safety regulator authorities forum in ground. Actually, it was a great challenge, hope for us in food safety authority in Egypt to gather food safety regulators from all over Africa countries with the aim of first to develop the food safety monitoring system across Africa. Second, to achieve the SPS integration in the continent. And third, to accelerate the operationalization of AFC, PFA as a system. By holding the AFRAF, we really managed the exchange, knowledge, technical information, innovation ideas, etc. for about the current challenge and opportunity of food safety, mainly supporting the sustainable development of the food and agri-food manufacturing in Africa. Second, the cooperation of the building capacity in the food risk assessment and regulator science for food. In recently years, we have witnessed many changes in the food safety in Africa. With development of new organization and agency, with a full regulatory mandate for the food safety. For such a structure like AFRAF, this organization and the agency can have a clear and comprehensive insight for a main challenge and problem that prevent the operationalization and the development of the SPS strategy in the Africa. AFRAF has allowed chance for the all African food regulators to has allowed all the African food around to imagine how could SPS policies to applied to national system in their countries. Second, to imagine how could they contribute to accelerate of AFC, AFA, including the infrastructure, the financial resources, the digitalization, and the IT manpower capacity building. This is briefly, Sam, about why you are thinking about to have a kind of structure, and what is the benefit from, and what is the next step will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tariq, for that. And I believe actually AFRAF has a website. It's afrafforum.org. So for those who are interested to see the outputs of the first meeting, you can actually visit that website. And again, really congratulations to both the African Union Commission and to NEFSA and the African food regulators for the creation of this forum. Now, moving on to another regulator from Africa and our host country, no less, Dr. Meseret Bekele, as the Director General of the Ethiopian Standards Institute. Your institute is a leading competent authority in Africa, entrusted not only with standardization of food, but also with many other commodities. And basically now to discuss the level of cooperation that we have between yourself as a competent authority and your colleagues and your partners in the continent, basically asking you to share your experience right now on how you collaborate in standard setting with other African competent authorities and how you can think this cooperation could be further enhanced and potentially how the operationalization of the free trade area with all the cooperation agenda that it may bring could contribute to enhancing such cooperation.
Thank you very much, Professor, and good afternoon, everyone. And I would like welcome to Addis. First of all, I would like to say welcome to Addis, especially to Adwa Memorial Press, where Adwa means a lot for Ethiopia, and in particular, and for Africa in general. Welcome again. And talking to the Institute of Ethiopian Standards, we are working. IAS is a sole standard institute for the country and the only standard setting institute in the country, and provide also training for those standards, both service standards and product standards. And also we are consulting and providing technical support for organizations in order to make them ready for certificates. And the other one is we are also the member of different standard setting organizations in the continent, as well as in the globe internationally. Internationally, we are a member of ISO, IEC, Electrotechnical Commission, and AFSEC in Africa, Electrochemical Commission in Africa, and ARSO. We are the founding member of ARSO, African Continent Organization for Stabilization. So we are also the focal for Codex Alimentarius. So when it comes to the preparation or setting of the standards, we are setting actually standards in different priority areas that the government and the country set. For example, construction area and health, environment, food and agriculture, and so on. We do have priority areas where we are setting the standard. One of our priority area is food and agriculture. So when we are talking about setting standard, we are not the only person to set the standard. We are working with stakeholders, with different stakeholders like associations, academia, authorities, different authorities, and research centers and private sectors and governmental sectors as well. So when it comes to the collaboration of IS or Institute of Development Standards with other African countries and a continent in general, as a continent in general, we are setting standard harmonization with ARSO, both, especially focusing on agriculture and food safety and quality. We are harmonizing the standards, especially focusing on Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It's very important to set a standard. It means that having one standard, one accredited lab, one test result, and accepted everywhere in the world, in the continent. That's the concept of, harmonizing those standards. So that's number one. And the other one is we do have also MOU with other national standard bodies. We do have some experiences with other national standard bodies so that we can grasp those standards. We can even take those standards from other African countries and customize to ourselves. That's also one way of collaboration of setting the standards. And the other one is, we are trying to enhance our collaboration through General Assembly. We do have General Assembly meetings and council meetings, experience sharing meetings, so that we can have more interaction, more collaboration with other African countries. So we do have, nowadays, we are working with technology, as you know. iSolution is the one which, collaborate, or we attach us with the environment, with different countries, So AI is also one tool. Artificial intelligence is one tool to collaborate with each other virtually. Even now, ISO is coming to set a standard online, using artificial intelligence. That's also one issue that we will have to take into consideration. So, as I told you, we customize standards. We collaborate each other. We give our experience. For example, there is a harmonized standard, A standard, and Injera standard. It's our local food that has been already harmonized with African standards, so that we can use it generally as one standard, and that product will be, spread all over the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this overview, Dr. Bekele, and again, also for highlighting, I guess, the role of another instrument that we have at the African continent, ARSO, as a standardization organization continent-wide. And again, also, this probably will bring a discussion about how we enhance the collaboration between the food safety structures and the standardization organization at the level of ARSO, and really maximize the benefit from all these instruments working together. And in fact, right now, after reviewing, I guess, the current state of affairs and the availability of instruments, what is in place, what is under construction, what is under development, I think actually right now we are ready to discuss perhaps some of the challenges, but also the enablers, and look at some recommendations to enhance this regional collaboration and, again, towards enhancing food safety, but also furthering the SPS integration and the operationalization of the free trade agreement. And going back to Dr. Akulo, and here, Diana, if I may ask you to comment also on some of the challenges that you face, particularly in food safety, but also the enablers that you can see contributing to food regulatory cooperation and to enhancing SPS integration or SPS cooperation more broadly. If you can comment on things that you see from your position within the Secretariat, things, enablers, instruments, including technology-driven solutions that could help this effort.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. I'm really enjoying what is also coming from the country level. Let me start from the enablers of, of mainstreaming SPS and the relevant structures within the continent. What is coming out clearly is that the AFCFTA agreement has been really a sort of converging tool for different stakeholders. I didn't mention here that we have a specific subcommittee that handles issues of SPS, who is responsible for implementation of Annex 7 on SPS. During our last meeting that happened in September, a month ago, we have now started introducing international best practice in how we do our work. So for the first time, we asked state parties or countries to come and sit around the table and just talk about their specific trade concerns. We started it from that angle. What is it that is disturbing trade between the two of you, between countries, that is SPS related? And believe you me, they came out with the recommendation that this must always be a standing agenda, because this is a practical way of addressing some of the long, winding, red-taped problems that happen across borders. I mean, when private sector don't fully understand the measures that are in place. So that is one opportunity. But then when it comes to the challenges, we always talk about capacity. Here we are now looking at even the capacity of the private sector to really understand, even doing risk assessment, things like that. Capacity is still a big problem. We still don't have that critical mass. We have scattered showers of capacities, and yet we are not supposed to leave anyone behind. We are supposed to hold each other's hands and move together as Africa. So the issue of capacity is very crucial. But also the public sector, we are very good at coming up with the regulations and all this, but there is a lack of enforcement. There are for example, when it comes to SPS, we look at the number of, some countries have so many measures per commodity. We also established that during the guided trade initiative process, that, for example, you have one country for one product there. A private sector must submit 20 samples in order to be able to, meet the import requirement of an importing country. I'm happy that Dr. Bekele talked about one standard testing, and also working with ASO is critical. That is very important. We are now working with countries to, we've developed mutual recognition agreements so that you don't keep testing everywhere you go. If the Bureau of Standards of Ethiopia has tested something, it should be accepted by Ghana. Then it makes doing business easier, even more predictable. There is one other thing that I may have forgotten about. Yes, we really need to invest in all the modern technologies. We need to move to e-certification so that we again go back and cut all this red tape that sometimes is a big incumbent. Especially, we are now working with IPPC to upscale the adoption of e-FITO solution. So we hope that some of these problems will be resolved as and when we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And I guess you're really highlighting that a lot of the issues that we face. I mean, it's great to have this framework, but a lot of the issues tend to boil down to sometimes a difference on an MRL, maximum residue limit, for a set of pesticides that may be present on a crop that is being traded, or even a difference of opinion on a test result. And that can lead to wait times, and that can lead to spoilage of food, and that can lead to unnecessary loss of that food and valuable intake of food products. So again, trying now to lay over it an optimistic outlook, and turning to Amari and Dr. Al, you really looking at your experience in developing, coordinating several food safety and food security initiatives, and looking at what's happening within the SPS integration realm right now, and how it is embraced by competent authorities throughout the continent. If you can actually comment on that and essentially how we can also further enhance that. How can that be a contributor to further enhancing the food security agenda in the continent, as well as, of course, the economic and human development within the continent?
Thank you very much. So maybe to start with the second part of your question, I mean, clearly ensuring food safety is critical for public health, for trade, for economic development. So many of the continental commitments we have around livelihoods, including even ending hunger and so on, even the flagship program of the African Union, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, all of those will benefit from improved food safety and SPS coordination. And all of those could be severely undermined by food coordination and food capacity in those areas. So let me start with that. So in terms of the outlook for the future, Dana has touched on a lot of points. Maybe let me add maybe 2 or 3 points. One is, whatever we do at AU level, we try to make it relevant to the country perspective. So relevance to country situation, to the country's challenges and issues is very critical. So for example, Dr. Tarek talked about the Africa Food Regulatory Authorities Forum. That forum has been established, by the way, spearheaded by Egypt in 2023, I guess. And now the forum has been approved as the General Assembly of the Africa Food Safety Agency that the African Union is trying to establish. So the Africa Food Regulatory Authorities Forum, in other words, will be the priority setting, agenda setting, and experience sharing platform for the Africa Food Safety Agency. So it will connect member states with the agency. So this is what I mean by relevance. And the other thing is evidence. So evidence, by the way, is very critical. We understand the challenges of using global evidence. In some cases, that could even be misleading from our experience. So it's very important to generate homegrown, credible evidence. That's what the AU is trying to support its member states. So for example, the 2015 Global Burden of Foodborne Disease report, which was published by WHO, is a monumental report. It's very important. However, if you go inside, if you read the details of that report for the African continent, we don't have enough data. Most of it is expert opinion, expert illustration, and so on. You can't plan based on such evidence. So that's why we're trying to develop the Africa Food Safety Data Hub, even without waiting for the Africa Food Safety Agency to take off, which I hope will not be a very long time. Also, some of the global standards, they don't necessarily reflect African issues. Let me give you one example, which African Union recently worked on together with ARSO, the African Organization for Standardization. Aflatoxin M1, this is aflatoxin that occurs in milk. By the way, I'm surprised during the agribusiness forum, the private sector representative was talking about the importance of controlling aflatoxin. This is good, by the way. We are going there, in terms of recognition. However, if you look at the aflatoxin M1 standard, the Codex standard, it is 0.5 parts per billion. Sorry for the details. No. If you compare this with the aflatoxin B1, which is a parent aflatoxin, which is 10 times, at least 10 times more toxic than the aflatoxin M1, that standard is 10 parts per billion. But the aflatoxin M1 is 0.5 parts per billion. In 2016, Ethiopia had to dump a lot of milk, which we believe is wholesome, because there was a report that published the occurrence of aflatoxins in milk samples from Addis Ababa. So when we looked at the evidence that is out there, including the evidence generated by international standard setting organizations, it doesn't justify to have that kind of a stringent standard. So we working with ARSO. Now there is a proposal. We have passed the technical committee approval to raise the aflatoxin M1 standard from 0.5 at least to 1 parts per billion. This will be 10 times less stringent. Still, this is precautionary. It's not relaxed enough. But also, we looked at the evidence, and in Africa, aflatoxin M1 concentrations rarely exceed 1 parts per billion. So there is no need to go above that. So you see, so we're trying to look at the evidence not only from the perspective of need to generate it ourselves, but also from building the capacity to use it, and also to make standards to speak to our issues and our circumstances. Maybe the last thing is, Diana talked about capacity building. We believe one area that we should invest more is to build the capacity of the food safety workforce. There is a huge gap there. Even, our well-equipped labs are not used. Some people even call African continent the burial ground for HPLCs and GCs, analytical equipment, because we don't have the people to use those equipment or to maintain them. Yep. So food safety workforce, be it in analytical capacity, inspection, wherever you go, I think that will be another area to improve. But I think last thing to conclude my remarks, Sam, is the Food Safety Agency hopefully will take off sooner than later. We have, I think, the most important approval, and we have a couple of steps to go. And as I said, there is increasing recognition of the importance of continental approach and coordination. So with that, I think we will see also a better coordination. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Amari. And I guess, we're already getting the threads of some recommendations and future areas of action. And again, really picking up on the point that you made, that for countries to be engaged, the work has to be relevant to them. And in fact, I'm gonna pick up on this theme and turn to Dr. Tare. Being a regulator of a major food importer and exporter in the African continent, Egypt, basically asking you, how do you see the cooperation and the integration of the SPS frameworks further contributing to the development of the production sector in Egypt, but also to the protection of consumers? So really, in other words, this notion of relevance and how you would like to drive that to further support this cooperation effort.
Thank you, Sam. The cooperation between SPS and the regulator will provide an effective science-based regulatory environment for the food and the agri-food manufacturing in Africa, and contribute to the harmonization and the integration of the African food regulatory system as a part of implementation AFCFTA, as well address a common challenge faced by the food and the agri-food production sector. All this will support and help producers and consumers across Africa, including Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Tare. And I'm turning to Dr. Bekele and a similar type of question. Again, being also a major producer in Africa with a strong potential also to enhance your contribution to food security in the continent. How do you see essentially this effort being potentially impeded by some differences in standards, and how can you see alleviating that?
Thank you very much. As you already mentioned, Ethiopia is the biggest contributor of livestock in Africa as well as in the world, as it's already known. And we have been also exporting. We are actually exporting meat, hides, and skins to different to the world. Actually, even in the to the continent. Even the semi-processed products, some of the semi-processed agricultural products, fruits and vegetables. And as you all know, Ethiopia is also the hub of coffee and tea, different fruits and vegetables. So, especially nowadays, we have a big initiative in wheat production, and we are we are secured in ourselves, and we are also exporting wheat to other countries as well. So, having said this, we do have also problems. We do have in order to maximize the volume of export, and as well as to be the source of food security, we need to work more, especially in the aspects of SPS issue is a very critical issue that we have to deal with, especially when it comes to livestock products. It's all about food safety. It's all about plant protection and animal health. So we need to work on those SPS measures stringently. That's the issue that we have to raise. And the other one is compliance with the standard. That's the biggest issue that has been already mentioned by other speakers. And we are facing such a problem, not only banning, actually, there is the kind of, the products exported have been banned due to the substandardization of those products. So even though we do have a volume of much volume of exporting those different commodities, implementation of standard by itself has a great impact on that. So what we have to do is, we need to work on SPS agreement and Annex 7, especially on allowing countries to apply different SPS measures, such as those of standards, legal documents, and different procedures. We have to follow that so that we can be competent enough, and we could be the one who contribute for the food security. The other one is, especially in the country, we need to collaborate to each other. For example, different organizations like standard setting organizations, that of IAS, need to work with different authorities like Ethiopian Agricultural Authority, Food Authority, and so on. So we need to work together with different CAPs, conformity assessment bodies, so that we can have more energy or more things on food safety and applying those standards. The other one is especially working on our laboratories, especially accreditation of laboratories, very critical. We have to be sure of that. We do have actually accreditation service in Ethiopia, and we are very well. We have already recognized by the CERD AFRAF. I think it's by recognizing body, but we need to work on our CAPs, on private and governmental CAPs, so that we can have reliable results from the laboratory. So SPS measure, capacity building, investment on different infrastructures as well is very critical, especially for food safety. Investing on infrastructure is very crucial. And also furthermore, we need to also work on digital solutions, especially. I know it's very finance intensive and technology intensive, but it would be very nice to work on digital solutions so that it really allow us for real-time data collection, or for streamlined processing, and also it helps for increased efficiency, reduce time and costs, and also to have a reliable, more database based results. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bekele. And I guess I was really blessed by having very collaborative panel members, because we reached practically the hour, and we managed to go through most of the elements of the topic. But I would like to open this now to yourselves, to our participants. Just a few minutes, if you have any comments, and particularly in the form of recommendations that you may have towards enhancing the food regulatory cooperation in the continent. So I see a hand there, and I don't know if we can enable the microphone. I can, but I don't know if the rest of the let's try it out and we'll see. Otherwise, I'll take the microphone. Yeah, probably easier. No, you have to press it. I think maybe there's an on button on top. Is it?
Now it's good.
Okay.
Hi everyone.
Okay, perfect.
So my name is Muktish. I'm a young entrepreneur from Mauritius. Um, I can see that there's a focus on the production aspect of food, but what about the consumption side? Because the way I see it, we are producers of food safety products, but if they do not consume, how do we make money?
I guess maybe I'm not getting maybe your question.
So
If
are there plans to
yes.
educate consumers on food safety?
Okay, well, I'll take that as a question, and then maybe I'll turn it to our panelists afterwards, maybe to comment. There is a comment from here, and then a last comment. I'm going to take only 3, unfortunately. So, yeah, the lady just, yeah, over here. Thank you.
Uh, hello, everyone. Thank you so much to our panel for giving us an insight of what is happening with the AFCFTA. I'm a young agripreneur from Eswatini, and in my understanding, standards are actually one of the most expensive things for us as young farmers. And I'm happy to hear Dr. Peleka talk about harmonizing the standards so that we have one common standard as Africa. I think it's one of the points that we had in our call to action to say we need to harmonize the standards. Now, my question is, or maybe recommendation would be, is it possible to ensure that it is affordable? Because let's remember, 70% of the population in the farming space are smallholder farmers, and possibly they cannot afford standards that are expensive. So may we please make them affordable? And number 2, may we combine awareness with implementation? Because creating awareness on standards is one thing, but ensuring that it's a package that goes together enforces that people know what the standards are and that they're also able to implement them in their business, no matter how small they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for these great recommendations. I'm going to go to the lady. Yeah, please, just.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much
Thank
to
you.
the incredible panel and to the moderator. I'll be very quick. My name is Shannon. I'm a founder and CEO of Alabaster International. We are an NGO based in the United States, but we work here in Ethiopia and Kenya and South Sudan, particularly with indigenous female smallholder farmers. So my question and slash recommendation is, how do you see the free trade agreement really becoming gender inclusive and promoting gender equity, particularly amongst frontline community members? So similar to what you said on my right here. How do you see the bridge between such an amazing agreement like the free trade area then becoming applicable and impacted on the ground, and then also inclusive of the voices of local communities? So
Thank
that's
you.
my question.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to take, I said last one, so just from the top table, I would like to give the floor to our colleague here. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished panelists. My name is Dr. Ebiekure Jasper Radiri. I represent, as the president, All Africa Association for Small and Medium Enterprises, and also as the chairman, Africa First Foundation. Well, it is very important to talk about food security and food safety. Very importantly, the intervention we would like to bring in at this point, and I hope it becomes an action point as well, is Africa to have seed banks and gene banks. Now, if we have seed banks and gene banks in our conversations, it means that the sustainability for food security we're talking about in the continent can be right here in the continent. That's the only intervention I want to make, and I want it to be documented in a manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, actually, for your contribution. So we have a few questions and points. I think I will have to close, unfortunately, because otherwise I will not be greeted nicely by the organizers. So I would like to keep to the time to the extent we can. So we've had a couple of questions or comments on food safety awareness, achievability, affordability of standards to allow compliance, gender inclusiveness, and also trying to keep things within the continent in terms of the sources of food. So anyone would like to comment even on part or all of these? So any volunteer? Diana, please.
Thank you. Let me start with the one on gender inclusivity. One of the protocols is the AFCFTA protocol is on women, not just women, women and youth. And if you look at how we've been trying to tailor down the AFCFTA implementation, we've been prioritizing participation of women. In our intra-Africa trade fair and the business forum, we've made deliberate efforts to make women part of the bigger participation in that discussion. So we are paying attention to that. Now, affordability of standards, yeah, it's a very valid point, both for the AFCFTA Annex 6 on technical barriers to trade. One of the key areas we are focusing on is on harmonization of standards. But when it comes to now the private sector being able to, by the standards, I think there are certain elements we leave to the countries to manage at that level, and I will not that is beyond my pay grade. I'll leave it to.
May I add
Yeah,
a few
please,
points?
please, Amar,
So I
please.
think the question on consumer awareness, the AU strategy for food safety, the food safety strategy for Africa focuses a lot on food safety culture and consumer education, actually across the entire spectrum of the food value chain. So we didn't touch everything, but that's an important priority. Also on making standards affordable, we are working with AUD/NEPAD, which is an African Union agency based in South Africa, on piloting a regulatory model for informal sector and smallholders. So in that, what you mentioned about combining awareness and implementation is exactly what we are trying to do. It doesn't help to police individual smallholders or small producers. It doesn't help to monitor them, to inspect them, and to try to penalize them. So what you should try to do is to build their capacity so that they comply and meet standards. And I think there is some models that we hope will be able to pilot in a couple of countries there. On gender inclusivity, just to add on what Diana said, we have an approval end of October on what we call the CAADP Strategy and Action Plan for 2026-2035. This is basically the agriculture blueprint for the continent. And in that 10-year strategy, gender inclusivity stands out very, very strongly. And also how it is implemented is in getting their voice, in making sure the platforms, starting with the strategy development, are inclusive, not just gender, but the whole notion of inclusivity, also the youth, the disabled, disadvantaged groups. I think that is very much very well captured. And in January actually, January 9 to 11, we'll have a summit, an AU summit, to approve that plus the Kampala Declaration. So after that, it will be hopefully endorsed. The gene banks and seed banks, also this Kampala Declaration lays a lot of emphasis on indigenous knowledge and indigenous capacity. So I think you'll be happy when you see the Kampala Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Bekele, as
Just
wrapping up, yes, few
Just
points.
few points on SMEs, especially. They are the future of exporters. They are. We need to work on SMEs, and when it comes to affordability of standards, we said in our proclamation in general in Ethiopia, we are working on SMEs, not SMEs, only MSMEs. We are working on that in awareness creation, even providing different standards freely, and also trying to make them to always heard ISO's principle. So we are trying to attract them to in the setting of standards, and also we are trying to support them as much as possible in giving training and technical support in different aspects. And the other one is especially awareness creation is the problem that we are lacking actually. We need to work as an SCP, we need to work more. And concerning safe food, unless the food is safe, it's not no more food. That's my point. Thank you.
I think that's a great conclusion, Dr. Bekele. And I'm going to attempt, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to wrap up a panel such as this one. I think we've got the demonstration that food safety is top on the agenda of the African institutions, and particularly the African Union Commission, and that within the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we know that the place of food and agri-food products is very much there, with the SPS structures being in place, with an SPS agenda being in place, an annex being developed, but also the way translating food safety strategy into at the level of the country. We're seeing also a number of instruments being developed, whether be it the African Food Safety Agency, the Food Regulators Forum, being also seen as enablers for that. We've discussed a couple of some challenges and some recommendations. I think, again, talking about relevance of the work to the member states such that, again, this cooperation can be driven forward. The need to continue investments in capacity, in competencies, not only in infrastructure and in instruments, as Dr. Amari mentioned, but also particularly in the competencies to help operate that, data and its availability, and the ability to use that data to support decision-making processes for the purposes and the objectives of the continent. I would like to ask you to join me in thanking the contribution of our panelists. I think and I hope that we continue to invest and move forward with the implementation of the initiatives mentioned towards the operationalization of the free trade area. With that, I'm going to give the floor back to Dr. Gabor Molnar. I believe he has an announcement to make about another forum that will bring us all together in the near future. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank again for the panelists for this excellent dialogue and discussion. What brings me to this stage today is something to announce for next year, to an early save the date announcement with the upcoming Vienna Food Safety Forum in 2025, focusing on a couple of elements which actually can help us to leapfrog those challenges we have when it comes to food safety. So in this regard, we would like to focus on artificial intelligence, digital traceability, as well as other elements such as remote audit and electronic certification. And we believe that this dialogue has to move on, and we have to discuss about these solutions in order to integrate and modernize our food control systems. With this, I would like to thank for your attention, and just would like to mention that our next session will start at 3:30, so we will have a short coffee break, where we are going to focus on green ammonia, and I look forward to see all of you in this room. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, one for my colleague, please.
So the main objective of this session is to explore its transformative potential. And so there are panelists that we're going to introduce to the stage here. We have got Miss Petra Schwager, who is Chief Climate and Technology Partnerships, CTP Division Directorate on SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation at UNIDO, who would join us here to give us some brief remarks, keynote speech, and then introduce the panelists and moderate the session. Thank you so very much, Petra, for coming on the stage for that. Thank you. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice lunch and a good coffee so that you're ready for our session, because it's going to be a very exciting session about how we can harness the potential of green ammonia for local fertilizer production and in this way fighting hunger. My name is Petra Schwager. I'm the Chief of Climate and Technology Partnerships at UNIDO. And in my division, we have also started the program for hydrogen in industry a few years ago under the leadership of our Director General. And from the beginning in our program, our aim was to encourage countries to look into local application of hydrogen and to drive a new industrial development especially in the African continent, and to see how we can create additional value for the countries. We are not against trade, of course not. We are also the secretary of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. But we believe that you cannot stand on one foot alone. So you would have to look into local application and then also, of course, into exporting. So I have a very prominent panel today. But before we go into the panel discussion, I will ask Abraham to give us a short introduction to the subject matter so that we all start on the same ground. So Abraham, if I may ask you to come here. Abraham comes from the School of Oriental and African Studies. Abraham Larti, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. So I'll briefly just be introducing the concept of green ammonia, but starting mostly talking about hydrogen, which is the starting point of ammonia production. Yeah, so there are different colors of hydrogen. But the three most common one are the gray, blue, and green, right? So gray hydrogen is basically hydrogen produced from fossil fuel sources, right? So you use the steam reformation process where you separate for example, if you use natural gas, you separate the hydrogen from the natural gas, right? And so in this application, you do not cater for the CO2 emissions. But when you do that and for example, you use the CCUS technology to cater for the CO2 emissions, then we have the blue hydrogen, right? So blue hydrogen is basically the process is the same as gray hydrogen, but here you just take care of the CO2 emissions. And then what we are going to be focusing on today, the green hydrogen, where you produce the hydrogen from renewable energy sources using the process of electrolysis, where you use the renewable energy and water, and the water is separated into hydrogen and then oxygen. Right. But currently, most of the hydrogen is produced is gray sources. So as you can see on the chart on the right, most of it is from gray sources. And one of the important application, as I mentioned, is industrial application of hydrogen is ammonia, as you can see in that graph on the left. So most of the industrial applications of hydrogen is the production of ammonia. Right, and this is where ammonia links to the food security issues that we're going to talk about. So as you can see in this chart, so when you use the fossil fuel sources to produce the ammonia, and that goes to produce the fertilizers, right? And because the base, and as I said, most of this is based on fossil fuels, then the current production of ammonia globally is a carbon-intensive process. So like it's a high-emitting process. And as you can see, there's some of the data we put there, like it generates a lot of emissions, right? So this is what we want to deal with so just looking at the same graph, but instead of using fossil fuels, you use green hydrogen. So that is the source now becomes the green hydrogen to produce the ammonia. to produce hydrogen and then produce ammonia. Then that goes in a fertilizer. So that is what we are called a green ammonia or green fertilizer, right? And for the African context, there are several benefits, right? And so, I mean, there's this positive relation between the fertilizer application and the yield. But in most African countries currently, the application is low, right? But so it poses a challenge that you want to increase yield or you want to increase fertilizer application. But also, once you use more fertilizers, you're affecting the environment, right? So this is where the green ammonia also comes. It offers the opportunity, for example, to increase yield while reducing the impact on the environment. And also, in terms of import dependency, most African countries import fertilizer, mostly outside the continent, right? So another key benefit here is that you have low import bills, and also you have less exposure to external conditions. For example, when we had the Russia-Ukraine war, most of the countries were exposed to Russia, and then we saw spike in fertilizer prices, which affect food prices, and they had implications for food security. Yeah, so basically, almost every country on the continent has solar and renewable energy sources. And as I said, this is the starting point of production of green ammonia. And so almost every country can produce the green ammonia, right? But there are differences in their starting points, and which are things that we'll talk about once we discuss the panel. So thank you very much.
It's okay. Thank you, Abraham. I told Abraham to be fast, but he was really fast. So you get a premium for this. Thank you so much. But you have heard that 1.2 of the global CO2 emissions are produced by gray ammonia. And with a growing population, you can also imagine that we will need more fertilizers, and that would also reflect in increase of CO2 emissions. So business as usual is not an option. So we should look into green hydrogen and green ammonia production. This is the main topic of our discussion, and I would like to ask my panelists to come on stage. And I would like to start with Mr. Saad El Makwi. He's Vice President at OCI from Morocco. Then I would like to ask Ms. Hiromi Suda from Tsvame, Head of Business Development. And then I would like to ask Jérôme Namaibe. I think I didn't produce your name correctly. CEO of Taurus, which is a startup in green ammonia production. And please, Abraham, also join us here on stage. Thank you very much. My first question to you would be if you could just quickly introduce your company and your project, that is what you're doing at the moment. So please, Abraham. Saad. Yeah, I think, yeah.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Okay, thank you, Petra. So I'm Saad El Makwi. I'm representing OCP Group and OCP Africa. Here, thank you for giving us the chance to discuss and to be part in that panel, a very important subject, which is green ammonia and the green fertilizers. For those who don't know OCP Group, so we are a phosphate-based fertilizer company, producer. We are producing fertilizer in Morocco. So like you know, in Morocco, we have 70% of the known reserves of the phosphate or worldwide. And we started our journey in 1920 by opening a first mine in phosphate in Morocco. And then we started just by exporting the rock to 5 continents. But by 1970s and 80s, we built our capacities for fertilizer production in Morocco, and the capacity that we built was till 2005 about 3 million tons of phosphate-based fertilizers. We ran then in 2008 industrial development program, which bring us to 12 million tons by 20 and 22. So mainly this program doubled our capacity in terms of production in phosphate rock, but we get 3 times the production of fertilizers within the countries. So this is our journey since 1920. But we have still ambitions. We have still ambitions in face of the food security, global food security, and African food security. As you know, the population worldwide is growing quickly, and by 2050, the population will reach 10 billion people, and we have to feed them. So one element, essential element to feed the populations all over the world is to have a high yield agriculture. To have this high yield agriculture, we need, of course, fertilizer, and a good one, adapted one for each culture and each type of soils. This is why we are investing heavily in customized fertilizer for our clients. And also, we don't to feed people all over the world by this year. We need also to tackle climate change, because its impact on agriculture in food security or worldwide is very important, very impactful. So the plant, just to resume what is needed by a plant, a fertilizer is mainly composed of three main nutrients. The first one is nitrogen, the second one is phosphorus, and third one is potash. So these three nutrients are we can find it in our fertilizers. The phosphate rock is produced within our country in Morocco, and we are doing we are investing also to have a fully green production based on phosphate. Potash also is a mineral. It's extracted and it's produced, can be produced easily from green energy by mining. But nitrogen, since century now and till today, mainly is produced from gases with the generation of greenhouses gases with the fossil intensive energy usage. So for tomorrow, as we want to be carbon neutral in OCP, and we want to fight against this climate change by producing also the right fertilizer, and make them available for the people, we launched also in green investments in Morocco in OCP last year, which will allow us to be a green producer of the fertilizer by 2027. And we set to us three main goals in that ambitious program, green program. The first one is to bring our capacity of production from 12 million tons of fertilizer to 20 by 2027, and also to be carbon neutral in our production, mining and manufacturing by this year 2027, and to extend this carbon neutral to the usage of our fertilizers also by 2030. This program is the total investment for that program is around $13 billion that we intend to invest by 2027. This is just a presentation for the company. We'll discuss later what we are doing in this green development program in details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sad. It's really outstanding what the plans to hear the plans of OCP is also a long-standing partner from UNIDO and also supporter of this conference. So thank you very much also for this. May I now change to you, Hiromi? Could you give us an introduction to your work and maybe also to your plans? Floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, so I'm Hiromi from Tsubame BHB, Japanese startup. And thank you very much for this opportunity. It's an honor to be here to share our business and our visions, and also the challenging points together with all these panelists. And so, a brief introduction of our company. We are the deep tech born from Tokyo Institute of Technology, which is one of the famous university in Japan. And we offer a distributed ammonia production system using our innovative ammonia synthesis catalyst. So our technology can produce ammonia relatively lower temperature at lower temperature and lower pressure. So with this technology, we can downsize the ammonia plant. And so with this technology, we downsize the plant and at a smaller scale, distributed modular type plant to bring the innovation to centralized mass production with the fossil fuels. Now, currently, ammonia is produced in the country with rich, the fossil fuel resources. But in other countries without natural gas, they don't have a ammonia production or fertilizer production. But bringing our distributed ammonia production model, we can mobilize the locally available green energy to produce the ammonia and fertilizer. So we are targeting to deploy this distributed ammonia production and low carbon fertilizer production model in African continent. And yes, so this is our target and our business model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have here big producers, but also decentralized producers. And I think I will now give the floor to Jerome. You are also one of the startups. Maybe you're already more advanced, but maybe you introduce your company.
Hi. Thank you very much, Petra. And once again, thank you to everyone that is here, and thank you to UNIDO for the opportunity in the audience. My name is Jerome Namasep. I'm from the Daures Green Hydrogen Village. So we are a production project which is based in Namibia, in Southern Africa. Namely, our project is based in the Erongo region. So those of you that may be familiar with a country like Namibia, you can think of popular tourist destinations such as Swakopmund, or a popular port such as Walvis Bay. That is our locality. Our project has to date successfully managed to raise about 12.2 million euros for the deployment of a pilot facility. This pilot facility is in construction and is actually nearing completion. What is left for this facility is actually the installation and commissioning of the hydrogen and ammonia generating assets. This pilot facility that we have set up intends to demonstrate the nexus between green hydrogen, green ammonia, agriculture, and of course, green fertilizer production. I always do like to point to or make a note to the fact that often we like to refer to ourselves as one of the more widely owned hydrogen projects globally. One of the interesting facts about our project and the facility which we are developing is that about 10% of the project shareholding is actually held by the local community groups in and around this project. So this goes further towards that discussion about a just energy transition, but also ensuring the local beneficiation of resources by the local communities wherein projects are built. In addition to this, the facility where this project is built has access to over 15,000 hectares of land. We have completed pre-feasibility and feasibility studies. Maximum generation potential available is about 5.5 gigawatts, approximately about 1 million tons of green ammonia. And this is work that still needs to go into pre-feed and feed, and that would be the next step of the development of the Daures Green Hydrogen Village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add on, Jerome's company is also part of our global program for hydrogen in industry that we are currently implementing in 10 countries. So this is South Africa, Namibia, Nigeria, Algeria, Egypt, Philippines, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Ecuador. I think I have it all now. And we also have cooperation with Morocco and Tunisia. So we are thinking also to expanding it. We also have a big program in China where we have an International Hydrogen Energy Center. But before we continue, I just wanted to underline one point that we very often hear when we talk about hydrogen. You need a lot of renewable energy, and you're taking the energy away from maybe from other uses. all these examples that you hear here are building up their own renewable energies. So they are adding actually renewable energy for the people. And we also hear that maybe they are adding water to the people through the desalination. But you will hear it more in this panel discussion. So I wanted to go back to you, Saad. So, I mean, the plans are enormous. You said 13 billion. You're a big company, but why did you start in this? What really was driving you for doing this?
Thank you, Petra. So why we started in green ammonia? OCP Group is the biggest importer of ammonia worldwide. So in 2023, we imported the equivalent of $1.9 billion of ammonia to our facilities in Joflasfer to fabricate, to produce the fertilizers. So it's to ensure our supply of the nitrogen needed for the production of the fertilizers. We need to build out our own capacities in terms of production of the nitrogen. And the nitrogen that we are using since a century now is a greenhouse gas emission and fossil energy intensive one. And we want to build on the future, on the green, and to be neutral in terms of carbon by 2027 and 2030 and 2030. So our need of on ammonia is high, is huge, and we want to secure our supply, and the meanwhile to not impact negatively the planet, and to ensure that we are producing without harming the planet. So this is the main objective or goals of our projects. So let me now develop a little bit, if you want, what we are planning to do in that project. So we have mainly one big project and one pilot that is running today within OCP. The first one is in Tarfaya, Morocco. So it's a $7 billion project, and it's almost based on both green energy on solar farms, but also wind farm. So we intend in that project to build a capacity of production of 1.4 gigawatt in terms of solar energy, and 3.2 gigawatt in terms of wind energy. And in parallel, to produce the hydrogen, we invest in a 1.5 gigawatt electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. And in parallel, we are investing heavily also in desalination from the sea, and up to 60 million cubic meters that we intend to produce from this desalination Interfire project. No, so this project is $7 billion and is going. The objectives is to be run by 2027 and to produce 1 million ton of ammonia, green one. And by 2032, we intend to produce this in the same plant, Interfire, 3 million tons of green ammonia for not just our industry, but also for the ecosystem. And around these projects, we intend to build another capacity upstream and downstream the projects in terms of solar technologies, PVs, batteries, etc. And downstream also, we intend to attract investors to work with us also in the green steel and other industries around the Tarfaya site. So why Tarfaya site was chosen? Because many studies was done, and the solar emissions and the solar potential and the wind potential are both there. So this is why we choose this area in Morocco, and it's near the Atlantic Ocean, and we intend also in that project to build up uh, port there, all infrastructure to transfer the ammonia, green ammonia, to our facilities in Jorf Lasfar also. The second project, which is I can say a pilot, we did it within our facilities in Jorf Lasfar, where we produce fertilizers. It's almost 100 kiloton of green ammonia. It's the construction is ongoing, and we intend like this to commission this pilot by 2026. It will be the same technologies used in Torfaya, but there is many advanced in technologies. At least I want also to say that these projects are built in our university, Mohammed VI Polytechnic. So the projects are, we have the accompaniment of the university and some subsidiaries from the university, Innovix, who's doing the projects for us, both Tarfaya and this 100 kiloton of ammonia within our plants in Jorfelspark. So this is the two main projects that we are ongoing. So I want just to remind, by 2027, we will reach 1 million ton of ammonia green one for our industry, and by 2032, 3 million of ammonia from Torfaya site. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Don. I mean, just imagine all this impact that positive impact that you're creating on economies, on social, while you're going through all the value chain. You're building up the whole value chain in Morocco. This will create new jobs. So you're really having all the sustainability angles, environment, economy, and social. So really wonderful. Thank you. Hiromi, so let me know why did you start, and maybe you would like to touch a bit upon the challenges that you are also facing. I know my director general likes to talk about solutions, and we will come to the solutions, but let's look a little bit into the challenges that you're also facing and how you started.
Okay, so and why we started, like why we go green, because this is because we see the big business opportunity in the green market, green ammonia market, and also the fertilizer market. It's gonna expand much bigger, especially in African continent. This is the reason why we start this business. However, we see several the challenges. If you want to talk about food security, local production and local consumption would be one of the solutions. However, if you wanted to locally consume or locally offtake, it is a little bit difficult to find a credible offtaker in the developing countries to bring the debt finance, project finance to to realize the project. So we were actually discussing with the Development Finance Institute to bring like offtake guarantee mechanism with like with international organization facilities such as like UNIDO or African Development Banks. This is one of the solution to ramp up this green hydrogen ammonia and fertilizer production in African countries. And also the another challenge is like production cost reduction. Like currently, to produce green hydrogen ammonia and to apply to the fertilizer, we have to compete with the gray product. So we actually currently we have a green premium on the top of the production cost of the gray product. It is projected this green premium will be reduced in maybe before 2050. However, in this current situation, transitional period, it is still in higher than the gray product. So the fast movers, if they wanted to bring this project to the FID, it is necessary to bring the subsidies from the government, and which is actually financed maybe from the carbon pricing revenues. So this is maybe Petron is expertise in about this issue. So yeah, we would like to discuss later on.
So if I could just add on, so I hear two points here. I'm not letting you go yet. So one was the off-taker. How could governments support this? And the other one is then the guarantee, if I understood it correctly, because we're talking about big investments here.
Yes, right, exactly. We've been discussing with our partners in African countries. One of the projects is actually in Angola. Well, our partner, local partner, is now dealing with the local government to uptake the fertilizer because they have already, putting the subsidies for the imported fertilizer, but instead, these subsidies to be towards like green hydrogen, green ammonia, and low carbon fertilizer. So the local government offtake is another solution.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Let's come to the potential. So you're now in the phase 1 of your program. How do you see the potential for upscaling? And as we said before, when we prepared for the panel, we said he's going to conquer Namibia and then the rest of Africa. So what would be the steps that you need to do this, and how big is the potential there, and what is required?
Thank you, Petra, for being so generous. Yes. Okay, so as I'd mentioned, the project is actually as a result of bilateral agreements between both the Namibian and German governments, which has allowed for funding to flow into the Namibian ecosystem for the enablement of a green hydrogen and green ammonia industry, of which a portion of this funding was reserved for pilot projects, of which this project, which I'm representing today, is one of 4 pilot projects which was selected to receive some funding. Our pilot project is based and is on about 400 hectares of land, but the land parcel where we are building has been strategically chosen and actually allows for a maximum of about 15,000 hectares. So throughout this process, whilst we have worked to realize phase 1, which is complete and should be in production by Q1 2025, we have also taken the necessary steps to de-risk an industrial development. So this includes all of the necessary optimization studies. We've erected 2 met masts on site, which is actually, as at the end of October, we would have come up to 12 months of our met mast campaign. Together with working with both the internal team as well as consultants to complete both pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, as well as a pre-feed preparation, which speaks to that 5.5 gigawatt, 1 million ton full potential for this facility. But the likely next step for this facility would be most likely a 500 megawatt facility, which could produce about 100,000 tons of ammonia and likely about 120,000 tons of ammonium nitrate. And this would be looked at and used to cater for both the Namibian as well as sub-Saharan African markets, neighboring countries, with respect to, provision of fertilizer. Unfortunately, Namibia, like many of its neighbors, imports all of its fertilizer. And of course, agriculture being, the largest employer in Namibia, as well as a top 3 contributor to GDP in Namibia, it's important that, we take advantage of these opportunities in the advent of green energy and green technology to further industrialize a nation like Namibia, which is also battling with high unemployment. So this is essentially the plans and the next steps for the firm as we move into 2025 and beyond.
Thank you very much, Jerome. And may I now come to you, Abraham? Maybe adding on to what was just discussed with Jerome, how do you see the potential for Africa and the diversification of the market, and also to support trade between the countries? Because some countries like Morocco might have phosphate, others have maybe more potential. I mean, Morocco has it all, but some countries have maybe huge potentials and the land, because you also need the land for the renewable energy. How could this also trigger some trade and cooperation in Africa, and what is the potential in general for the uptake?
Thank you, Petra. So as has been mentioned by, I think, almost everyone on the panel, so these are capital intensive projects, right? And in most cases, you need to make these investments upfront, right? So you need economies of scale to justify the investment, right? That is where the regional market comes in, right? So already, as I showed in the slides, there's huge potential for fertilizer, right? So and most countries import fertilizer. So we already have the domestic market or market access for the green ammonia. So the market access comes in. But beyond benefits such as, let's say, reducing your import bills, having high yield, and also for having low prices, for example, high yield. Yeah, there's opportunities for localization of green ammonia industries, right? And so yeah, you're not only building industries, for example, but you also create jobs. And this is important for Africa, especially where you have a booming youthful population, right? Most of them are unemployed. And so you not only localize these industries, but you also have the opportunity to create jobs for them. And then just to add on to that as well, but the countries also will build capabilities around green hydrogen when they start with green ammonia, right? So there are several applications of green hydrogen. And and this is like a very young industry, which is taking up, like the technology is not yet matured. So once you do that green ammonia, you're building your capabilities around the green hydrogen industry in general, which can unlock other potential in other industries. Now, in terms of trade, different countries have different starting point, right? So in Namibia, for example, they are starting now. And in Morocco and Egypt, for example, they already have that capability. Of course, there are other things that they need to do, right? So there are these differences in the capabilities over there. And this can be leveraged upon. So this can be a good thing and a bad thing, right? So the good thing is that it can be leveraged upon, for example, to kind of drive this green hydrogen. But also, so the bad part here is that these countries potentially could control the market because they are huge players already, right? So in that case, then you need regulation, for example, to come in so that you regulate the market and so that you don't have one person controlling the market, right? And then I would just like to touch a little bit upon policies that are required, right? So, and we are talking about the green ammonia, but I think the key thing here is the cost and affordability, right? So the cost is very high, and how do you bring the cost down? I think that is the key thing, and especially for the farmers, right? Now that we have this green premium on these products, they will not be able to afford it. So we need to kind of make it affordable for them. And currently, in some countries, they provide subsidies for fertilizers, right? But most of these subsidies do not work because they are not targeted, for example. So as the case with subsidies, once they are not targeted, they are not effective. So one of the ways to making these subsidies targeted, for example, is to move them, for example, and use them as green subsidies, for example, and give them to farmers who want to adopt green ammonia or green fertilizer, right? So that'll be one way of doing this. And then there are issues about, for example, let's say skills, right? And again, you are building industries, and as I said, countries have different starting points. And so they have differences in the skills that are there, not only for the industries, but also even for the jobs that are created. The people do not have the required skill. So you need to train them, retrain them, in order for them to take advantage of this.
Thank you very much. What I hear from the panel, so there is a big potential. Every country could have its share because there is big potential on about green renewable energy. Renewable energy is also the biggest cost of ammonia. It's about 70%. So if you bring the costs of green energy down, you will also lower the price for ammonia. But of course, you also need to look into technology innovation. And I think this is picking up quite fast. We have bigger programs, we have smaller systems, so we could have it it's not one fits all, but we have different models that could be applied in the different countries. We could have countries, instead of importing fertilizers, producing it themselves. So there's a lot of potential, and building up the whole supply chain, as you said, this creates huge opportunities for jobs, but it also goes too slow, and it goes too slow because we need the funds. I'm very often talking to international development banks. Also, I find them too risk adverse. I think they should take more risk because it's an important business, especially for Africa, to bring in more jobs and also more economic gains for the countries. By this, I would like to close our session by giving each of you the floor and giving us a final remark, and also telling us what you expect from us, what can we do. I mean, you're talking here to a group that is really convinced. We have a director general who really supports this. So whatever we will be able to do, we will do to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. So I want just to emphasize on something said by colleagues with the offtake and the financing. So in our case in OCP, like I said earlier, the offtake is like guaranteed because the need for fertilizer is there, but also we are not just based on that offtake in our investment, because we are into the cost reduction. The choose of the location of our plants is critical, and the cost reduction, the OPEX in the production is a key success factor to bring the investors. Our project is project finance, so it's the cost is playing a very huge role in that. So we are working on this location of the project, but also in technologies we are accompanied by university, like I said earlier. So the advance of the technologies is with us. So we are challenging ourselves each time to reduce the cost, but also the scaling of the projects, the amounts of the objective, the goals of production are huge. So it makes a real cost reduction for us. But nevertheless, even with that, we have a gap between the green and the gray ammonia, which we talked earlier about premium. But another very important point shared by Abraham is about reduce the importation. We in OCP Africa, we are working closely in 19 countries. We are present in 12 countries with subsidiaries, and we are working doing lots of business development and development of the agriculture. And among the actions that we can do is to incentivize the local governments in taking into this technology, the green ammonia, instead of uh, importing. And you know the cost of importing the urea or the ammonia from other countries to African, it's costly. So when we compare the cost of these logistics with the cost of the product and produce it locally with the green using renewable energy, then the gap will become smaller, and then the investment is well justified. So this is my point about the investment, and what we are expecting from the people, you and all the players, is mainly to keep in track, because it's like you said, it's taking time, but we'll never stop. We'll go forward and try to justify to find solution to this finance altogether issues, and we'll find the solution.
Thank you very much. Hiromi.
Okay, thank you, Petra. I would like to address one topic. So we are the private sector, so our aim is to reduce the cost with the technology advancement. But it takes, of course, it takes time. So, and also it is very important for us to newly advance the technology to reduce the cost. But I would like to ask international organization like UNIDOS to offer bring the environment for us, technology providers to compete and with the actual project. If we do execute a project, we can reduce the cost step by step. But if there is no project uh, reached FID, there is no opportunity for us to fight and compete against the competitors. So the first thing is to just launch the project and with maybe and to bring this, some fund on, and also because private sectors are not taking the risk, and we would like to talk with the finance institution to take the risk, like you said as well. But also maybe the international organization like you can maybe mitigate this risk with some kind of finance facility. So this is our request.
Thank you very much. Noted. Sharon?
Okay, thank you. Actually, one or two things do come to mind. The first one I'll touch on is green premium. I think although I'm guilty of saying it and I do say it as well, I think the reality is society has normalized the subsidizing of the negative impacts and externalities associated with carbon-based industries. So it's not necessarily that you're paying a green premium. You're not paying a green premium. The price you pay at the pump for the fuel or for the goods you purchase in your store are not truly reflective of the costs associated with producing those goods. And that's one reality. The other one is, of course, institutions such as UNIDO with programs such as the A2D facility become very important for early movers and in these nascent industries, especially in a country such as where I reside, where under a normal circumstance, should it be business as usual, we would have never developed a facility such as the one that we have. And facilities and programs such as these assist in, ensuring that this energy transition is just. And then, of course, I think the last item I would just like to refer to is the cost of capital. Unfortunately, in sub-Saharan Africa, we experience exorbitantly high costs of capital, especially for well-functioning democracies. And I don't think this is necessarily a true reflection. One example I can give you is a 30% reduction in the weighted average cost of capital as per the current modeling for our next phase results in about a 20% reduction in your levelized cost of ammonia for our project. The reality is, sourcing this cheaper capital, which is often at times freely available in the global north, is very difficult for projects and developers in the global south. So that's definitely something that should be looked at and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And just for you to know, A2D is a program that is funded by the UK that we are executing that calls on submission of startups to bring them from tier 3 to tier 5, and young companies are invited to submit their proposals and then will receive a grant facility. Thank you very much, Abraham.
Thank you. I also want to just say something a little bit about the finance. So just picking up from where you stop. So the cost of capital is actually a big thing that is affecting the investment, right? And in most cases, most of the projects that are for domestic use. So you look at the green hydrogen, green ammonia projects. Currently, most of them are export oriented, right? But even the ones that are for domestic use, they struggle to get financial closure because of this cost of capital and other risks involved, right? So in these cases, you need investors who are long-term focused and have high risk appetite to come in, right? So certainly something needs to be done with the cost of capital. A lot of things need to be de-risked, for example, right? And that is where UNIDO and other international organizations come in, for example. And coming from a research institution, I think another thing there that is needed is research and development, right? So those are things that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really would like to thank you for the interesting discussion. We have taken note of your recommendations to us. We will a photo. Yeah, we will do a photo. Yeah. And we have taken note of your recommendations. We will also launch a report on the potential for local fertilizer production in Africa. Just one point at the end. This is a continent that has not sufficient fertilizers. So with the potential for having more fertilizers to really address the needs of more food and more productivity is very huge here, and we will not stop working on this. But give me a round of applause for the excellent panel. Thank you very much. Only take a photo.
And another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Ms. Petra Schwager, Chief of Climate and Technology Partnerships, CTP Division, Directorate on SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation at UNIDO, for the excellent and inspiring, encouraging moderation. Thank you so very much. Also to keeping to time as well. Thank you so much. We hope that that important session explored the transformative potential, where the panelists shed light on how green ammonia can be a revolutionary game changer in fertilizer production. Thank you all very much once again. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, we will now directly move to the last session of the day, which is Women in Industry, Breaking Barriers in Agribusiness. So we'll have the last session of the day coming up. So if you, any of you would like to stay in the session, you can stay, or join the other parallel session in the main room. You can also join that one. But thank you for your time so far. Thanks a lot. Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume, we will continue with the next and the last session of the day. on women's participation, especially in the agri-business sector, women in industry, breaking barriers in agribusiness. We are now waiting for Her Excellency Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to join us for the session. She will be making some opening remarks before we delve into more details with panelists for the session. So thank you for joining the session in advance. As soon as she is there and more people come in, we will start the session. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, now Her Excellency Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency Dr. Ergoge Tesfaye, has kindly joined us for this last session of the day on women in industry. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming and joining us here for this session. Thank you all again for an exciting finish of the day, day one of the World Without Hunger Conference, proudly hosted by UNIDO, the African Union Commission, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, with technical assistance from FAO. We have the session running under the theme Women in Industry, Breaking Barriers in Agribusiness. Which is structured in such a way that we will have some opening remarks from Her Excellency the Minister, and then we will have a few more panelists to join the high table to delve more into details of the topic, and maybe we'll have a bit more discussion probably at the end, given time available. We will expect at the end of the session to have identified and begun to address key challenges that limit entrepreneurial opportunities for women and women-led MSMEs in the agri-food sector and propose actionable solutions. We would also be able to highlight strategies to increase market access for women entrepreneurs and women-led MSMEs in the agri-food sector, and as well as facilitated the creation of collaborative partnerships among stakeholders to pilot and scale innovative solutions for women's empowerment in the agri-food sector. Once again, thank you so very much for coming. Without any further ado, may I now introduce the moderator, Ms. Aurelia Calabro from UNIDO, who I'd like you to give a round of applause to welcome her to the stage to take over the floor and invite Her Excellency the Minister for her opening remarks and introduce the panelists.
Thank you, So, ክብርት ዶክተር ኤርጎጌ ተስፋዬ የሴቶች እና ማህበራዊ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትር እንኳን ደህና መጡ። ክቡራትና ክቡራን እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። ዛሬ በእናንተ መካከል ስለተገኙ በጣም ደስ ብሎናል። ከረሃብ ነፃ የሆነ ዓለም መፍጠር ይችላል። A world without hunger is possible. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the last session of the first day of the conference under the title Women in Industry Breaking Barriers in Agribusiness. My name is Aurelia Calabro, and in Ethiopia I'm known as Worknesh. And until the 1st July of this year, I was the UNIDO representative and the regional director for East Africa of UNIDO, of course. And now, as of 1st of July, I changed my hat and I am the director of UNIDO Division of Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women. And I will be today your moderator. UNIDO fully recognizes that the gender equality and empowerment of women lie at the heart of its mandate. The organization is committed to addressing gender inequalities in industry and to harshening women's full potential as leaders and economic agents of change, thereby transforming economies and generating inclusive growth. Employing 1/4 of the world's population, agriculture plays a critical role not only in reducing poverty, but in spurring sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Particularly, women are crucial stakeholders in agribusiness value chains. Comprising up to 50% of the global agriculture workforce, women play essential roles in planting, cultivating, and harvesting, as well as processing and marketing.
Despite their contribution, women face unique challenges and significant discrimination within the field, including access to land and livestock ownership, finance and credit services, and equal pay, among others. They face barriers to entering decision-making spaces and roles that are more affected by hunger and malnutrition and are more likely to face housing and livelihood insecurity. However, empowering women in agribusiness provides the potential to generate significant social and economic opportunities throughout the value chains. This is because agribusiness remains central to food security, job creation, and inclusive growth in many developing countries. That is why we are here today. Firstly, to highlight the importance of achieving equal representation of women in agribusiness. Secondly, to address the key barriers women face in this industry and explore strategies to enhance their market access. During this session, we will discuss solutions to empower women, promote sustainable industrial practices, and identify collaborative partnerships that can scale these efforts up. I'm looking forward to lively discussion as we explore ways to foster a more inclusive agri-food industry that benefits from the leadership and innovation of women. Let me now introduce the keynote speaker, my sister, Her Excellency, Dr. Ergogia Tesfaye, Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my dear sister Aurelia. አመሰግናለሁ ወርቅነሽ. And she has got 9 names in different regions. And one of it is Worknesh, and the other one is Nigist Fura. Nigist means queen. Queen Fura is well known for her outstanding leadership in Sidama region. And she's also known by the name called Salami in Hadiya society. So she has got a lot of names because of her contribution here in Ethiopia. And I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for your contributions. And my dear brother Samuel and Miss Laila and all dignitaries here, excellencies, representatives of different international organizations, UN agencies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very much thrilled to be here today to make opening remarks in this side meeting of the very important conference of World Without Hunger, and which is a very important issue, that is women in industry, breaking the barriers in agribusiness. So I just would love to thank the organizers and the UNIDO Gender Division, especially on behalf of myself and my ministry, to invite me to make these opening remarks, and thank you very much. I just would love to take this opportunity to discuss on what the barriers of women are in industry, specifically in agro business. The Ministry of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia is mandated to discharge the duties and responsibilities of women, children, youth, and social affairs, including people with disabilities, elderly or senior citizens, and the management of irregular migration, of which most of migrants are women who are migrating irregularly, and also social protection of the whole programs in the country, including the PSNP, that is productive safety net. These huge mandates demonstrates that the ministry is responsible to coordinate and undertake tasks related to the whole Ethiopian people. Ethiopia is the second populous country in Africa, and from which more than 50% represents women. Over 75% of the population reside in rural settings with traditional mode of subsistent farming. As compared to other sectors, women's participation rate in agriculture and specifically agribusiness is much lower. But when we look at family-owned small farms, their contribution is big because it's considered to be family shared resources. However, in most cases, women are landless with limited private property and subordinated to their male partners. This obviously reveals that the rural women are engaged with unpaid and domestic works. On the other hand, the urban women workers are with limited participation in labor market, and majority of them are engaged in informal economy with less transition from formal to informal one. These women employed in industrial tasks are less paid and deployed predominantly in precarious works. This might be due to the work accountability issues, scarce resources, cultural and patriarchal norms against women and girls. As a result, women are consistently trapped in the vicious circle of poverty. Consequently, this has led women labor force to impoverish and starve. Women labor force, therefore, are compelled to search for other alternatives, very challenging alternative job channels through irregular migration and to overcome poverty. Besides the aforementioned causes, conflict and internal displacement, climate change, and fragile system and lack of accountability are drives of destitution and hunger, which donates food scarcity, undernutrition, malnutrition, by and large food insecurity. It's also necessary to chronotize the importance of hunger on overall development of children in order to take sustaining measures for well-being of generations. When we talk about women, we may not able to skip without talking, children, because most of women are responsible to take care of their families as well, especially in the rural area. For instance, children who faced scarce nutrients in early childhood suffer from stunting, health problems, difficulties in learning, and etc. As a result, working toward this economic and social and political empowerment of women can unequivocally contribute to respecting women's rights, well-being of children, and sustain socio-economic development of nations through poverty eradication. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, promoting employment opportunities are essential to emancipate people out of poverty, which in turn will captivate them to release their potential to meet their aspirations. With this regard to accessing the employment opportunity, decent work, and social justice in the world of work is instrumental for overall inclusive socioeconomic development and fulfillment of human rights in the world of work through employment creation, implementation of social protection scheme, ensuring gender equality and rights at work, and practicing social dialogue at workplaces is very important. Women workers in industry as workforce have to be represented with fair employment and income to lead their welfare. However, women workforces at workplace encounter different challenges and discriminations. Women farmers also constrained with shortage of financial capital, which is a very important resource for their investment. The most of credit allowed to women farmers from financial institutions is limited due to discrimination of women farmers, which, on the other hand, discourages women from participating in the agro business and agricultural corporates. Thus, women workforces tend to unemployment and as consequence remain poor. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, the government of Ethiopia is striving to address challenges of poverty and hunger. To mention just few, one or two, the government of Ethiopia has strong commitment to accelerate the reduction of stunting and ending child malnutrition by 2030. The program that we call it Sakota Declaration has exemplary efforts that put women at the forefront in fighting stunting in Ethiopia. So women are actually working, especially at the backyard, to feed their children nutrient foods. So this helped us a lot in alleviating the problem of stunting in Ethiopia. And the other one is the Ethiopian government also put in place the homegrown economic reform and the 10 years development plan by aiming at achieving a middle income economy. The plan has meticulously given a considerable attention to women empowerment in all spectrum of development policies and plans. And the other one is at workplaces, the daycare system that we have established in progress to enhance women workers' productivity has helped us a lot. Now we are placing daycares in industrial parks and different sectors as well, but we are remaining expanding it into the private sector as well. So when we take children from the hands of women so that they can be very productive in the industries. So this is helping us a lot. As at this juncture, I just would love to mention what has been contributed by UNIDO country office here in Ethiopia. Especially Workanesh has done a lot of things. Women corporates and associations which are working on leather production. The market chain is a very difficult thing, as you know, and getting resource, especially financial resource, is very limited for women who are working in the leather production. So that has helped, the women of Ethiopia to look into not only the national market, even they become exporters. So this is paving a way that to alleviate the problem of or the challenges of women they are facing. The other one is in the rural area. I was in Arba Minch, it is in the southern region of Ethiopia, and I went there And I'm also a witness to see that women association who are working on moringa. I think now moringa is well known, which is the healthy plant that we can just make a powder and use it for so many things. So that moringa project really helped women to come together and not only penetrate the local market, but now they are exporting so that we can see when we give access to women, they can also, take the lead and move forward to overcome the challenge that we are facing in our country. So putting in the mind that we all are here today, not only to discuss about the challenges of women in agriculture or in the industry, especially in agribusiness, but also to discuss about the solutions that we need to do. I just would try to mention some of the challenges and what the government of Ethiopia has done so far. But we have still a long way to go. So I just want all of us to put these three things in mind as a solution. So I call it 3R solution. The number one R is right. Women have the right to property ownership. If we want to break the barrier that they are facing in agribusiness, in industry, to penetrate the market locally and internationally, we have to know that they do have the right to get access to property ownership and right to employment, right to access to technology and information, and etc. In this regard, the revised land use proclamation helped Ethiopian women to land ownership, but still there are a lot to do. So the right issue is the basic thing that could break the barriers and challenges that women are facing in agribusiness or industry. The second R is representation. In most of industrialization process, in agribusiness, we don't see representation of women. They are there at the back all the time. Let women be represented in agriculture as a whole and agribusiness and industrialization process. Ignoring 50% of the world population, believe me that we are not going to achieve what we are intending to. We have to make sure that women are fully engaged in our programs, in our activities, in our plans as well, as women are a productive labor force of all nations that we have to give the right position and representation of women to contribute their part to the betterment of the nation of the world. And we are remaining with the third R, that is resource. As I have mentioned earlier, though we just give them opportunity for women, though they just get, their rights to be represented, unless otherwise, we give them access to resource, it doesn't mean anything. So resource is the key that could also alleviate the barriers of women in agribusiness and industrialization. So the land resource, machineries, financial resources, market linkage is very important. If they just got, for instance, land, and if they don't have access to finance, there is one saying in Ethiopia, just giving a meat and, just taking away the knife, because we are well known eating raw meats. So it doesn't go, right? Even if it is a steak. So you cannot just take that one and, do like this. So it's like a means to elevate the barriers and to be successful as well. So therefore, especially access to financial resource to women would unlock the barriers and help them to move forward. Let us focus on giving or availing the right resources at the right time. So don't forget these 3 R's: right, representation, and resources. So that if we just work on these 3 R's, we are going to just alleviate the problem and the challenge of women. Finally, I just would love to thank once again for giving me this opportunity to address the global issues, especially which is a very important one. We are saying that we are almost left with 5 years to fulfill the SDG goals, especially zero hunger. So are we ready for that? I can say that it is possible if we just work on together on this issue. Thank you, and wishing you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Ergogie for this inspiring and outstanding opening statement. We will certainly not forget the 3 R's approach, right, representation, and resources. I think it will be a lot of food for thoughts. And your insight provided us with valuable perspective that set a reflective tone for our discussions today. So now let me call to the 4 panelists because we have some work to do. So I would like to call first Ms. Aisha Rahim, the CEO of Farm to You from Nigeria. Miss Laila Traoré, that is the head of representation for Ethiopia in the Africa Union of the European Investment Bank. Mr. Marco Kruse, program and partnership manager from Hans R. Neumann Stiftung from Germany. And my brother and colleague Samuel Doe, resident representative of the United Nations Development Program here in Ethiopia. We are really looking forward to an engaging and insightful dialogue with our panelists. Now, let's start with the first round of questions. And we are going to focus particularly on the challenges women are facing in agribusiness that can be summarized like structural bias, financial access issues, and policy-based limitations. We heard the speech from the minister that has summarized more or less the same topic. Now, I would like to address representative of the private sector, because this is a mixed panel with private sector, financial institution, and the UN sister organization. So, Ms. Aisha, good afternoon. Yeah. Based on your experience, what unique challenges do women entrepreneurs encounter when attempting to scale their agribusiness, particularly in accessing resources and also expanding market reach? What can you tell us?
Sure. Thank you for having me here. And, you have talked about it in detail, and so has the minister. One of the key ones is limited access to finance. In terms of the process of getting a loan in a bank, you're asked for things like a pay slip or even if you have a land that you want to use as collateral, because the standard is 100% to 150% of collateral. And that is a huge challenge where a woman doesn't have as the same equal access as a male counterpart. 70% of the agricultural workforce is estimated to be female farmers. If you actually are in the field, when it comes to sorting of things like cashew, you would usually find women are doing this, but it doesn't equate to the number of people that are actually, in terms of the capital or the income earning, women are falling behind. Another one is inadequate market access in terms of being able to sell their produce to buyers. Again, if you think about buyers, these are agro processors, FMCG companies that are procuring raw or semi-processed agricultural produce for their manufacturing activities. Women typically aren't in the rooms to be able to have those negotiations, to have a good price for their products. So even when they've gone through the effort of growing their produce, to actually get it to be bought is another challenge. And with climate adaptation and climate change, this is another part that is particularly negatively impacted on women, in the sense where greenhouse farming is more expensive. Going on the first point of financial access, a woman farmer is more likely to be dependent on rainfield agriculture than greenhouse farming. So it means that a woman farmer is going to be more negatively impacted by climate change than a male farmer. I mean, I could go on all day, but I think those three are some critical ones that we've seen in our operations at Farms to You.
Thank you very much, Aisha. This is very inspiring. I mean, limited access to finance, market access, greenfield, let's say, farming versus greenhouse farming, and all the problem. Can you confirm that, Marco? You have been working a lot with smallhold farmers and the communities. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, I can confirm that. That sounds very familiar. First of all, thank you for having me and having Hans Neumann Foundation here at the UNIDO conference. Well, basically, what we are observing in our work, like really in smallholder communities, smallholder farming communities, is basically all goes under what Her Excellence said, is where we can all see like that it's going under rights, representation, and resources. So one thing we see is actually limited access to land and limited right to property. What we see is that inheritance rights in many countries typically favor men, and that land access is often mediated through men. What we also see is a gender bias in access to knowledge and extension services. One reason for that is, well, of course, because of the heavy workload of women that women have in their households, because they are heavily engaged in working on their farms, but they also need to work in the household, and they are taking care of their children. So the workload is very heavy, and they also have mobility constraints. One very practical example is that women, like in some communities, are not allowed, or it's not really like it's not a accepted thing for women to ride a motorcycle. It's also very heavy, like but in these farming communities, it's also very difficult to move around. So this is one example of why access to extension services is sometimes difficult for women. Intra-household decision making is one very important point, and that's particularly unfortunate that women in their households have oftentimes less to say, because women tend to take better decisions in terms of resources than men, usually, or also in terms of nutrition. And last but not least, limited access to finance, as many of you said already, is also a very, very critical hindrance to women in rural areas.
Thank you, Marco. That brings me to my sister Laila. Tell me, Laila, from you are the finance. You see, you heard already from two private sector institutions, I mean, organizations, that access to finance is a key, and you come from a financial institution that is the largest, one of the largest of the world, much larger than World Bank, and nobody knows that the European Investment Bank is such a large. And then we are always involved in big programs. You see, the Modular City and other programs we've been discussing many times in Ethiopia. But from your perspective, a financial institution, what systemic biases or structural limitations hinder women's full participation in agribusiness sector? In a few words.
Oh, thank you, my dear Aurelia, and thank you for inviting me for representing the European Investment Bank today. I would like to start by maybe one figure, because then it will help me illustrate further. You said, and also the minister said, the proportion of women working in agriculture and agribusinesses, which is more than half. The statistics vary, but more or less more than half. And I look at the latest studies that we did and that also international organization did, and the women's lack 1.7 trillion. That means 1,700 millions dollars in financing gap. Those women that represent more than half. And that means this is the amount of the gap that they don't access and that they will need to develop their agribusiness. And that also will allow me to bring this to life with a personal example that I witnessed. 12 years ago, I was working in Tunisia for another very big development bank. And I saw a woman that was working on agribusiness. It was olive oil. It was on the road of Bizerte, for the people who know Tunisia.
It is a very
Yeah.
important place, industrial place.
Absolutely. There is also very nice meat, not raw meat, but very nice meat on that road. And then I met that woman and I stopped, and she was having that business. She was employing dozens of women in her community. And then she was successful, more or less. She was starting to export olive oil to Europe, etc. And I asked her, what is, I was seeing that something was bothering her, and she said she couldn't access that finance despite her business being ticking all the boxes because the bank was asking for a guarantee, what we call collateral in technical terms, but it's just a security or a guarantee that the banks request. And most of the time, they request lands. And that links back to everything that you said. And the reason you mentioned it, one of the reasons is because of traditional inheritance practices that will make the male relatives inheriting from the lands of the family. But even in countries, and you, Minister, you mentioned in Ethiopia the progress, but there has been many countries where there have been progress on that front, but the social norms go against the law, even when the law try to make a jump. And that's the first barrier, my dear Aurelia, that I will mention, the problem of property and power issues. But for banks, it's not by pleasure that they ask that. They ask that because banks have also requirements. And that's where we go into the systemic aspect of it. They request that because they are rated by rating agencies. The banks need to fund themselves. Even big banks like us that are not commercial banks, we are multilateral development bank, but we do fund ourselves as well. And that's something that we need to tackle, and everyone needs to understand the constraints of each other. And this creates a cascade of barrier. Because then first barrier, no land, no ownership. So you cannot present anything to the bank. That leads to the fact that you don't have a credit history. It means you never had a bank loan. So how are you going to tell the bank that you are credit worthy? And then the women, they will say, okay, they don't have the opportunity to develop their business acumen. Because the other way of convincing the bank is to say that I am a businesswoman, I know how to develop it.
but then they don't trust women for that. And in EIB, we have issued a recent study, recent gender overview report that illustrate that in the consequence of that women have 36% less access to financial service than men. You need all to visualize that. It means that for $100 given to a man for a similar business, the woman will only have $64 for the same business, same qualification.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
You know,
and I will
last one.
sorry, and I will just send the second observation, which are the blind spots. Traditional banking products, they are trying to be a box that will fit everyone in. It's like me if I take, I don't know, my husband suite and I wear it. The banks, they use those products that are meant for men businesses, and they try to make it smaller for women. It's like if I take that suite and I tailor it quickly to say, let me make it so it will not look nice on me. It's the same. It's the product. And the product like what? They like the fact that the women business are different when they do agribusiness. They do it gradually. They are more risk averse, sustainably. So they will have smaller cash flow, but more frequent cash flow. And that doesn't work with many banking products. And that's a bit, I will stop there, but that's a bit
because
what I would
then
like to say as an
we are
observation.
talking to the most important program of the United Nations in the development area. And the question that I have to Samuel is related to policy issues. We go to the upstream, you know. Are there any policy-related challenges preventing women? It's maybe the enabling environment and not doing. I mean, we have heard from the financial institution, we were very attentive because money, no martini, no party, we say in Italian, you know. So without money, you cannot do very much. So what do you think it is preventing women from gaining equal access to resources like land and credit in agriculture?
Thank you, Aurelia, and for the 9 names from Ethiopia. Frankly, over the years, we have focused a lot on policy as barrier to women having access to a whole range, whether it's political, economic, or social. But over the years, I think many countries have made remarkable progress on the policy front. So here in Ethiopia, in response to your question, we really don't have significant policy or legal barrier that impact women's access to the range of areas that you've talked about. All of the international conventions approved already here in Ethiopia. Ethiopia has the 1993 National Policy on Women in Ethiopia that really removes all barriers in terms of women's access. We also have the Women Development and Change Strategy of 2017 that advances women's participation in political, economic, and social spheres. So, in essence, I think our storyline has to shift from policy to something else, and many of which the minister spoke about. I also have, and she has 3 arrows. I have BCC in terms of the constraints that still exist. One is the bureaucratic administrative constraints. The laws are made, the policies are made, the strategies are made, but how do they speculate? How do they go down to administrators, local government administrators, the various bureaucracies that we have to enforce these or implement these rules? What education and retraining of these institutions is one of the challenges we have. Then, of course, Lila has also spoken about the C, which is the cultural barriers, cultural constraints. Now, culture, all of us know, is not static. So if you have the laws, you have the policies, the enforcement process, the interactions, we help change culture. And that is where we need to put a bit more emphasis and resources. Then the second C for me is capacity constraints. Now we understand that women may not have access to loans, But my experience, whether it's in Ethiopia or many of the countries that I've worked, it's not that the banks are preventing women from accessing the funds, but the capacity of women accessing these funds is what we need to build. I'll give you an example. I was working in Sierra Leone, and we're trying to work with women's SMEs across the country. And this woman comes and gives a testimony. He said, I used to see these beautiful, huge buildings with glass windows and everything, but I get terrified entering them. I didn't know that I can enter. For the first time for that woman to enter a bank, we are accompanying her. She was terrified to even enter the bank.
Can you imagine?
So that process of educating and empowering women to access the resources is a fundamental area that we want to really invest in. So capacity constraints, cultural transformation necessary, and the bureaucratic retraining that is helpful to really enforce many of these policies that already exist in many countries we work in, is where we need to put a bit more investment. So that is in your second question. That's part of what UNDP is trying to do here in Ethiopia. We have worked over the last year to establish the Entrepreneurship Development Institute that focuses on really looking at women's SMEs, helping in the training, in the capacity development, in the business development skills they need to be able to develop and have the access they need. We also now just established the Innovative Finance Lab that is mobilizing $100 million with a focus on de-risking women's access to loans. So they go to we have on the board, of course, Leda knows about that, the Commercial Bank, the National Bank of Ethiopia are the co-chairs of this fund. And the essence of that fund is now to gradually bring women, first give them the initial seed capital, and then de-risk the access they have to loans in bank. So we need to invest more in these areas and remove the remaining constraints. But also it's important to also celebrate the achievements that have already been made. The data tells me that since the reform of the land policy in Ethiopia, 40% of rural women now have access to land and have ownership to land. And this is something that we also need to celebrate as well. We have about the 6% of women now having more literacy in terms of how they access resources. This gradual progresses that we are making, worth celebrating, but also worth harnessing as we move forward.
Okay, Sam, this is a very inspiring. Also, this BCC. I know BCC when you don't want to let somebody to know what you are writing to your boss, you BCC the person. But I think there is another area that I think can also help, that is especially for cultural constraints and capacity constraints, is education. I think the field of education, starting from young girls, I think that is a very important role playing for changing the mind. It's not easy to go from a bicycle to a Ferrari overnight. So we need to think that education is one good practice. The second could be infrastructures. You see, to allow, like Madame the Minister was mentioning about the daycare, is just an example to facilitate the thing, of course, the work of women in industry, and maybe the good governance, good laws, you see, and reinforcement and strengthening of the laws. I think that is. So thank a lot. Thank you very much for these inspiring again and critical challenges. But now let's go very quickly to the second round of a question where we will concentrate basically on solution. We want to know to you, one of you, solution like the 3 R's of the Madame the Minister, and I would like to start from Aisha. Farm to Two prioritizes sustainable supply chain partnerships. And it is also that you have seen that data-driven approaches can transform agriculture. I remember when I was doing my master in '88, so a long time ago. The guy from UNCTAD, I was dreaming to work for an international organization at the time. UNIDO was very far away from my dreams. Was telling us that those who have data and information will rule the world. Yeah, is it true?
I agree with that thinking. In '88, it's very much representative of where we are today. And I would assume most of the room have used ChatGPT or some sort of AI product. Yeah, great. What is scary about that is, so the efficiency of those products work on data. So if you don't have data, ChatGPT is built very, so I would use Gemini as an example. It's based on the Google search engine. Now, a lot of AI has evolved in a mind-blowing way where it's not even in textbooks. There is an AI tool called Granola that would transcribe your meeting notes in exactly the way you need it. Now, let's shift the focus to Africa where there's no data. Already, the yield between an African farmer and a European North American farmer is very broad. AI is now being used in the supply chains of global north countries to make their production more efficient. What does that do to the global south farmers? And it's here, as in AI is here, and we don't have that data. If you, in terms of, you ask a farmer in one of the provinces we work in, Machakos, Kenya, what have you historically grown since you've the person has been farming for 10 years? What would you say is the products you grow most? There's no answer. What's the average yield? There's no answer. What is the average input price? There's no answer. And that's a big problem. And that's what we are trying to do at Farms to You. Address this supply chain issue by ensuring that production by farmers is market led. There's a lot of flooding of the market where products, a farmer goes through the cycle of, I'm going to grow this seed because this is the seed I've traditionally grown. But that's not what the market is asking. You then harvest, you go to the market, you want to sell. That's a big issue. And transparency of the supply chain is not just beneficial to the farmer, it's also beneficial to the banks. Because if a bank doesn't understand, so I come from a financial background before venturing into agriculture, that gives a lot of insights. And that's why I value data. If a bank can't price your risk, they price you high risk. Now, if you have the correct data points to say things, for instance, I'm growing with certified seeds. I do have an off-taker, so I'm not just growing for the fun of it. I actually have a buyer at the end of the harvest that is going to buy my products. All these things de-risk my risk as a farmer. These are the type of things we need to be promoting. And going back to some of the points like capacity building, bureaucracy, how do these things impact women? They impact women a lot more. That story about the woman not wanting to walk into a bank is the same way there's a capacity building training in a community where it's mostly led by men, particularly when religion comes into it. Northern Nigeria, which is also a place where we operate a lot, the women are not listening to in on the opportunities. On policy, there's been a lot of work on policy. There's the EU CSDD, the Corporate Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, that requires products that are shipped into any European country to have traceability, as in we need to know what has happened from when it was a seed to when it was harvested. Farmers don't even know that policy exists. Who is going to bear the brunt of that policy? And as there's a big push in the global north to move net zero, we also need to understand that in the global south, and I'm always making this, I use global south, global north, just because Africa is representative of Southeast Asia as well. We're a bit behind in the sense where India's farming cycle has grown a lot faster than Africa. But the problems are still there because there's the climate angle as well. Data helps in all these things. If there's more communication, so as a buyer, that's the primary person that we work with at Farms to You. Yes, our farmers are our beneficiaries, but we work directly with buyers to ensure that farmers are growing based on data from the buyers.
if I want 100 tons of cocoa, where can I get this? So if you have a field where you're doing palm oil or cocoa, prioritize cocoa. There is a procurement order for cocoa. That is the way we're looking to ensure that the activities of growers are being driven by buyers. And I think this is a step into how we can essentially start amplifying the efficiency of African growers, women growers, and also take advantage of AI. Because as much as we don't have the data, the rest of the world is moving on with it, and we need to know how to play catch up. And I think that's actually what scares me the most, the fact that we don't have the data to even be able to start competing.
Thanks. Thank you, Aisha. This is really making my brain work very fast. These things. I will have an answer later on. Yeah. But let's see the perspective of the foundation, and also because you are a foundation that works to improve livelihood, environment, and all in tropical rural environments. I would say, what is the successful approach for you for giving some positive results to what you are doing?
Yeah, of course.
To leave something positive. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, like our solutions, like as you said, we are working like very deep in the rural communities, and our solutions are less technical than your solution, Aisha. Well, maybe a little bit like more like on the ground and hands-on. So I was talking before about decision making and the heavy workload of women, right? And especially in rural communities, rural households. So what we are doing is we are implementing something that we call the gender household approach, where we like through drama schools and through small games and so on and so forth, try to sensitize couples and households to think about the distribution of their workload in the households. For example, one funny game is that you like stick sticky notes on each other, like you would usually see, and like so you usually write down the different chores in the household and on the farm, and then you stick it on the person that is actually doing the chore or doing the task, and you will always find that like on the man there will be like maybe 2, 3, 4 sticky notes sticking, and the woman is usually full of sticky notes.
Should
So that's
use
like
it not only in Africa, in many other
in many other
continents,
countries. Yes, I'm not talking about this. That's in most countries the case. So that's one simple way of making couples and well, basically the men see the heavy load that their female counterparts are actually doing and actually that they're actually doing to make their household and their small family business work. One other thing that we are doing is I was talking a little bit about leadership, and also Your Excellency, you were talking about leadership. What we are doing is we are trying to mainstream gender into cooperatives, sensitizing cooperative leaderships in the rural communities to revise their bylaws, to take in women, to take in leadership positions, but also to take in members that are actually women, because most of the members of cooperatives are men, and so that's what we are doing as well. And one other thing, let me say this: one other thing is we are forming, and that relates to finance. We're not a bank, but what we are doing is we are trying to organize small saving groups among women. We call them women savings and loans associations, where we promote and support women to like meet once in a month or twice a month to sit together and save, like very, very easy in a box, and someone has the lock, and then these women can apply to this small group loan like once in a while. So like very easy, down to earth solutions.
Very practical and pragmatic solution. Maybe this is where we need to maybe find a balance between a very pragmatic solution and then theoretical, let's say more substantial solution. And now I will go directly to the question because I would like to have some concrete examples, Laila, from how the European Investment Bank is increasing access to financing for women entrepreneurs in agriculture sector. Can you give one or two examples?
Yes, and
Yes.
thank you for the question, Aurelia, because it's you are touching some of the parts, something that excites me most in our work at the European Investment Bank. We are trying to transform a little bit the financial system, at least how we will work normally for women. And I like to call that approach like a triple helix approach because it has components. One is the loans. So the normal business of the bank is to do a loan. And because we are a multilateral development bank, it will be very interesting one, very good condition, etc. And the second one is blending of loans and grants. And we do that with partners and also technical advisory. We talked about capacity building, etc. And I like to think about those three instruments to work together. We try to make them work together like the strands of the same DNA. And one concrete example is that I would like to give, especially for in Africa, is one of our flagship that is called African Women Rising Initiative. We launched it in 2020. And it is part of a broader initiative that is called She Invest. And this component of She Invest made us partner with financial institution. Because our moderator, Aurelia, mentioned it at the beginning, we are kind of big, so we will lend big, typically to governments. And now we were thinking about how to touch those women entrepreneurs that don't need such big amounts. And we realized that the only way is to partner with local financial institutions, regional and local banks, including up to the microfinance institution. We need to give them the big amount that we have and use their network to reach the women. And that's what we did with that example of African Women Rising Initiative. And we partner with, as pilot, with 9 financial institutions across Uganda, Rwanda, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. And we provided targeted funding to the financial institutions so they can slice it and give back to women with our terms. So it means you talked about pricing. It means that we provide some kind of system, and we also provide guarantee to de-risk to those banks. We can provide either direct loan or guarantees, and we also help them provide women-specific product, financial product. And we provide technical advisory to bridge the gap of understanding between the women entrepreneur and the banks. And the second point that I would like to raise is something that I believe is crucial because the EIB is also the EU Climate Bank, and it's the link between climate and gender. And we are now integrating climate action and gender financing, or gender mainstreaming and climate financing. It depends how you take it. Because we realize that women farmers are on the front lines of climate change. When we talked about the issues of land, it's not only as collateral. The lands that the women farm generally are marginal lands. They are more vulnerable to extreme weather, and that hinder their capacity to repay. And we are trying to think, so I mentioned the loan, the guarantees, the blending of loans and grants, and the expertise, technical advisory. But there is also what we try now to do, and we have a recent example, is investing in equity funds that will provide climate resilience tools for those women in agribusiness. And our recent investment was with, let me check the name, Mirova Gigaton Fund. This is a renewable energy one that allows women to do solar irrigation, a cold storage facility, access to weather, to anticipate, to ensure to protect their farming. And the last one, Aurelia, I know it's the last, but it's important because it's in Ethiopia. And we are in Addis Ababa.
Should have started
I should
from
have
the
started with it, sorry. But it's another angle.
No,
It's
it's
the
okay.
complementary angle. It's the angle of partnership. Because we can be as big as we want. We can be as good as we want. We need to partner with different ecosystem. I have my brother Sam, UN agencies, Aurelia as well, governments, but also over multilateral. And you will all think about World Bank, and we partnered with World Bank for a program called Women Entrepreneur Development initiative project here in Ethiopia for the financial inclusion of women. And recently, a few months ago, I went to the closure workshop because EIB partner, the World Bank designed the program, and we say, yes, it's a good one. We will partner and we will inject even more liquidity. So we complemented the financing. And then we said, in addition to that, we will finance technical assistance to those women and to the microfinance institution so that they will know. And you know what? They moved from a collateral-based lending to cash flow-based, most of the institution. And the CEO of those Ethiopian microfinance, they told me, look, this technical training was amazing because we didn't know that we could be financially viable by not asking collateral. And this is the last example that I wanted to share. It's positive. It was a good result. And the women, they do repay. So they are reliable borrower, and people need to know that.
We know that 1 hour is not enough. But last but not least, we have talked for many years about the nexus, about the development, humanitarian and peace. But now we have a fourth, a point that is coming in part of nexus is this human rights-based approach, where the gender equality and women empowerment is a part of, is originating from that. So, Sam, this is UNDP is very much at its heart of its mandate, and I would like to request you to say in a few words what UNDP and how does UNDP work with local communities to create a more supportive environment for women in agribusiness, particularly.
Thank you. Quickly, a few things. First, just to build on Lina's last point, here we have a rural energy technology program. We're running in a number of warriors here in Ethiopia, focused specifically on women expanding rural energy. We know energy, the link between energy and the eradication of poverty in many countries is a viable enabler for reduction in poverty and really elevating women. So we focus specifically on women expanding that technology. My sister, the Honorable Minister, is leading on our program on rebuilding her business. In the north, those of you who follow the situation in Ethiopia, 3 years ago, there was a civil war there which impacted significantly on women. Rebuilding lost businesses of women's businesses in the north is a program that has been led by the Honorable Minister. We're also working on, as I said, supporting. Let me just say, just this year, recently we just celebrated that Ethiopia generated around $1.4 billion just from coffee. And of course, the Prime Minister told us we have to push a bit more. This year it has to be 2 billion. But the point is that now what we are doing is to disaggregate. Of the 1.4 billion, you have 5 million smallholder farmers who have got that money. How many of those are women? And we know more than 60% of the smallholder farmers here who brought 1.4 billion to this country are women. So we want to be able to do that disaggregating and that analysis to understand how much of that money really got into their pockets and really help the families as well. It's an area in terms of research that we are investigating. Now we will be launching with the Ministry of Industry what we are calling the ManuTech. We focus on agro-processing businesses. That is part of the 10 vector centers of excellence that UNDP has established in 10 countries, Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, and etc. The focus there again is looking at agro-processing with emphasis on women's work. Now you talk about the legality around this. The Prime Minister's office himself is leading an exercise in partnership with UNDP to establish a Startups Act and a startups steering body that will help emerging small businesses of women and protect those businesses as they start. All of us, we tend to have the illusion, but more than 60 or 80%, if I will exaggerate, of our economies in Africa is driven by women's informal sector, informal businesses. We don't account for that. And it's important for us to celebrate that rather than think constantly that women have constraints. They have been leading our economies. But how do we recognize, harness those resources that women bring, learn from how women really drive businesses across the continent? We just had a discussion just lastly with the Minister of Finance, because many of the countries in Africa, especially our business, tend to look northwards. So we want to start a process of a caravan, a business caravan between Ethiopia, starting Ethiopia and Nigeria, focus Ethiopia's leather and coffee business. Nigerians are becoming, my sister is here, consumers of coffee. And yeah, we produce the coffee here. We're worried about EUDRI in Europe, where we have 270 million people in Nigeria ready to consume Ethiopia coffee. So that linking, that horizontal links,
The
in
South-South
the
cooperation.
South-South cooperation, the AFC, CFT, the trade area, that is what we want to really begin to really cultivate, with emphasis on women's businesses, interfacing with women's businesses in other countries in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Again, I think that we are coming slowly at the conclusion of this panel. Of course, it has been very intense, and we would have required more time, and maybe we will organize a next World Without Hunger only on this subject. I think it would have been not. That's one very, very interesting. I don't know if we could. No, we have to stop. But let me take at least one question. I'm sorry because we started late, and what I would like to say, I will take only one question from the floor, only one. And I would beg you to write to us because we can be in touch with the panelists, but also with my division at UNIDO. And we promise we will reply to your question. And I promise we will come again for a special session on this topic, because one thing, all what you have been telling us, I would like to know how many people know about your programs. So there is a problem of not knowing what are the different programs in the different countries that we, as development partners, multilateral organization, foundation, and private sector entities are implementing. So yes, you have this beautiful, but how many rural women know about what you are doing for them? So I think that this is one of the challenges we have. So I will take one question from the floor, just for, and we beg you, because they are going to throw us out from it, in spite the presence of a minister, you know.
My question is also to you. My name is Princess Nigeria. I'm the father of Happy Coffee. It's an indigenous Nigerian coffee brand. This is my 10th year in the business, ensuring that Nigerians have access to local coffee. I'm sure that we do not know Nigeria, not local coffee. But my question is very simple. We need champions in Africa that are women.
That is a very good statement.
I think that there's a misconception of who an African woman is. And I think that has also caused the kind of policies that are being made. I lived in America, I've lived in Nigeria most of my life. But I see that many times when we're creating policies, we look at women, just the women in the farms. There are women like us who wake up every day, mothers, we're building economies. We are not put in perfect picture. How do we continue to create the right perspective of who the African woman is? Not undermining the women in the farms, but there are women like us who every day wake up and are building solid coffee brands across the continent. The world doesn't know who we are. I think that African women need to come together outside of UNIDO, outside of the UN. We need to come together as a continent, as women. We need to take our destinies in our own hands. Yes. My future dream after building the strongest coffee brand out of Africa is to run for the office of the president of my country. And that will not happen until women in this room band together
We need to band together as a continent. Women, we need to come together. We need to look for the solutions ourselves. I think we need to step away from men creating our policies and not to undermine our fathers and our men. But there needs to be more to be done. And the question is, who will be our champion?
Yeah. Okay. I think that this is with these questions, I don't think we have a reply to that. And but we have to also invest on enlightened men, because there are a lot of men and we need to work together with men. Now I would like to thank you all, thank the panelists, my good friends, for engaging an insightful question and answer session. And to conclude the events, we'd like to extend our gratitude for your active participation, your contribution, help shape the ongoing efforts. And again, I would like to say that if you need, please contact us anytime. And then I think we will need to really continue this important dialogue to empower women in the agri-food sector and advance gender equality. Thank you very much. Metam Masegenal. Yeah.
Please, another round of applause to Miss Aurelia Calabro, Director for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women at UNIDO, aka her other name is Werkenesh, which means you are gold, for her golden time to moderate this session. Thank you very much, madam. And thank you so very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Ergoge Tesfaye, Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's bid farewell to Her Excellency the Minister first before we leave the hall. Thank you for your patience. So this brings us to the close of day one of World Without Hunger Conference, centered on the theme Challenges and Solutions to Combat Hunger and Food Security Issues. So today we have explored a range of issues such as obstacles and solutions in addressing hunger and food security. So as we look forward to today's 2 days, day 2 and 3, the World Without Hunger Conference will continue with even more engaging sessions. Tomorrow, day 2, we are excited to host the investment forum under the theme Mobilizing Investments for Sustainable Food Security. So this includes investment matchmaking forums, insightful presentations, and a global leaders debate, all aimed at driving sustainable investment food security. Thank you all very much for our moderators, esteemed panelists, and our engaged audience for your invaluable contributions. We appreciate your presence and participation in this essential conference. Wishing you all a pleasant evening, and we look forward to welcome you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp as we kick off the investment forum with global leaders and esteemed executives. Thank you very much once again. Have a good evening. Bonsoir.